Hello everyone. Hopefully everyone can hear me, and as soon as I hear confirmation that everyone can hear me, we shall begin. And then this is where I regret setting the chat on slightly late. Okay, cool. Everyone can hear me. That's good. Right. So, welcome back to the well, somewhat delayed Drydock live streams. Various circumstances have interfered with being able to do these on a regularly scheduled basis, but once again, hopefully that will be resolved now. A mixture of travel and obviously mini-drac have occupied a lot of time. So today we are going through the alternate history questions from Drydock episode 287 and 291, and once we've got through those alternate history questions, then we will be coming on to questions from the chat. So yeah, this is a new microphone and new camera setup as well compared to the last time we spoke, so hopefully that's all good. For reference, these there's quite a funny story I might remember to tell you later about those, but the short version is that these are actually World War II era target recognition models made by the US Navy of British ships. There's actually a whole bunch of them up here as well, but you can't see them because of the width of angle on the camera view. So, with that said, there are actually quite a few alternate history questions. Some of them will be quicker to answer than others, but let's get on with those first. Dahak asks, for some reason you've been put in charge of making the ultimate and only definition of a battle cruiser. Which ships, often argued to be battle cruisers, does it include and which does it exclude? Okay, so if I'm in charge of the one and only definition of a battle cruiser, my definition of a battle cruiser would be to place it in comparison with contemporary battleships, ideally the ones that are being built immediately before, during, or after their construction by their nation. And if that isn't possible, then obviously you have to look at contemporaries in other nations, but that might get a little bit sketchier. And my general rule of thumb would be, firstly, that they must carry either the same caliber guns or very close to as contemporary battleships. Secondly, they must carry fewer of them compared to contemporary battleship designs. Thirdly, they must be faster than contemporary battleship designs. And fourthly, therefore, their protection must correspondingly be somewhat less. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean necessarily that any and all battle cruisers are always going to be less heavily armed and less well protected than battleships in general, because you're going to end up with situations like, say, for example, where if you were looking at the N3 and G3 classes in the beginning of the 1920s, the G3s tick all those criteria. They don't have as much protection as the N3s. They're faster than the N3s. Although they're both carrying 9 guns, the N3s are carrying 16-inch. The G3s are carrying 16-inch instead of the N3s carrying 18-inch. So they tick all the boxes of being a battle cruiser, but they actually carry more protection than some contemporary battleships from other nations, which is why this comparison with their home nation is pretty much necessary. That does get a little bit squirrely when you start looking at ships like, say, Hood, which doesn't have a direct contemporary by quite a few years design-wise in terms of battleships in its home nation, which is one of the reasons why Hood kind of verges on the edge of being a fast battleship. But that would be my general way of defining what is and isn't a battle cruiser. If you really wanted to get picky, I suppose I could add a fourth criteria, which would be that its general hull design should be derived from capital ships rather than upscaled from cruisers, which is a little bit odd considering that the very earliest battle cruisers, the Invincibles, were upscaled armoured cruisers, but more generally across the history of battle cruisers, the protection scheme in terms of things like, well, having an anti-torpedo defense system at all, and then what nature it is, and the hull form, tends to be derived more from battleships than cruisers. So, for example, things like the Alaskas would not count as battle cruisers at that point because their guns are far too small compared to the 16-inch average of the US Navy's capital ships at that point. And although they are faster than most, excluding the Iowas, and obviously don't have as much armour, their hull is very definitely an upscale cruiser hull rather than a downscaled battleship hull. So, there you go. J. Mace asks, are you familiar with the escape of Damon Rocky Gauss? Unfortunately not. So if J. Mace wants to fill me in on that, he's welcome to do so. Or I guess I could look it up at some point. Doris asks, your goal is to shorten World War II. You can pick to either have US torpedoes fixed or tall boys available on Lancasters, which will also be available on day one of the war for their respective countries. Lancasters and tall boys will remain at Lancaster production levels as per quarter 441 until 1942, and will be able to access 5 tall boys a month until 1944. And the Lancasters can only be used for tall boying. Oh, that's an interesting one. At that point, I think I would go for the Lancasters for 2 main reasons. Firstly, fixing US torpedoes largely only really affects the Pacific because US submarines don't really operate in the Atlantic or pretty much in any of the other theatres of war for the most part. And so while it would obviously help in the Pacific, it doesn't help in the grander scheme of things. And the main other reason that I would be picking going with Lancasters and tall boys is because when you are looking at when these would actually start to be effective, for the US, if you take US torpedoes being fixed, that means you actually get a meaningful effect from your choice at the beginning of 1942 when the US kicks off its campaign in the Pacific. Whereas if I go with the Lancasters, day one of the war for Britain is in early September 1939, which means I get another 2 and a bit years of tall boy equipped Lancasters, especially in the early war period when German fighters and so forth will be far less capable in terms of intercepting and dealing with Lancasters as compared to what they would be historically later on in the war, which between those and, you know, think of how many bombs the RAF chucked at Scharnhorst and Eisenhower and Brest and the various bombing raids they tried on Wilhelmshaven, etc. If those are now replaced with tall boy dropping Lancasters, a good chunk of the Kriegsmarine's major capital ship infrastructure could be at the bottom of the ocean before or at least the bottom of a harbour before 1940, and there's nothing that stops you using tall boys on stuff that isn't Kriegsmarine capital ships. So various vital infrastructure targets, factories, etc., that historically would be hit more by luck than judgment. You, with the accuracy and the sheer devastating power of a tall boy, or several, you would actually be able to conduct not necessarily a full precision bombing campaign, but you could at least pick off some fairly juicy targets, which would significantly hamper German efforts. And of course, because they're bombers, they can go pretty much anywhere. So if when Italy gets involved in the war, you can use them on Italian ships and infrastructure targets. During the German attack on France, you could use them at critical things like bridges that you might want to destroy to hamper the advance. And of course, once the Japanese get involved, well, Japanese infrastructure and navies can be just as much of a target as anybody else. Joshua Dworkin asks, Master and Commander is near universally praised for its historical accuracy, but I wanted to ask about another beloved Napoleonic War naval drama, that being ITV's Hornblower series. Aside from some inaccuracies driven by what were surely budgetary limitations, such as using a replica sixth rate to represent Indefatigable, which was a much larger Razé, how accurate are depictions of the Royal Navy life in the show? Of course, accounting for some deliberate drama that Forrester wrote into the original stories. The ITV Hornblower series is broadly pretty good. There is a little bit of sort of bluster and pomposity because, well, the Hornblower series is a little bit more kind of, yeah, let's go, tally-ho style compared to the Master and Commander series. I mean, it's still a relatively serious series, but it is a little bit more in that vein. And of course, when you're talking about a relatively long-running TV series, you're not going to have the budget or the actors to get almost everything down to an exact level of detail the way they were able to in Master and Commander. So if we were going to say Master and Commander is a sort of 9.5 out of 10 for accuracy, I would probably put the Hornblower series outside of the obvious budgetary limitations like choices of ship. For the stuff that would be under their control, like depictions of Royal Navy life, I would say probably an 8, 7.5 or an 8. Considerably better than most. Mike Hall asks, I've just watched Drydock 286, so you can tell this was a while ago, and thus I'd like to hear your comments on the Battle of the River Plate movie. So, the Battle of the River Plate movie is an interesting one. A lot of it is obviously quite accurate because they had actual people from the Battle of the River Plate either involved directly in the film or at least as available as consultants. And it is interesting as well in that you have a few sections which are obviously not necessarily accurate in total because, well, there aren't any Deutschland class Panzerschiff left, so they can't film them, and it's far too early for CGI and stuff like that. So you have, for example, the Des Moines class heavy cruiser role-playing Graf Spee, which is, obviously not Graf Spee, but at the same time, there are little sort of plays on history because the excuse given in the film is, Graf Spee has disguised herself as an American cruiser. It's like, yes, well, then you managed to disguise yourself as a cruiser that wouldn't exist for 5 or 6 more years. But ultimately, the Des Moines class is a 9-gun American cruiser, and Graf Spee did historically try to disguise herself as an American heavy cruiser. So while the exact effect is not exactly what the Germans were going for, notionally it's actually quite cunning. The choice of using actual ships as opposed to model work is also quite inspired. I mean, obviously you can't then blow them up because they're actual real-life warships that cost a huge amount of money and have real-life people on board, but it does give a considerably more accurate view in some respects, like when they're hoisting battle ensigns, just when the ships are sailing generally. But it kind of veers back and forth because you have an actual veteran of the Battle of River Plate present, but also say towards the end, after Graf Spee is sunken, the Cumberland shows up. That's where things are a little bit weirder for me, because on the one hand, the ship they show arriving is actually the heavy cruiser Cumberland. She was still around and available for filming. However, if you take more than 2 seconds to look at the scene, you'll notice that she has 0 heavy guns, because at the point where the filming was done, the Cumberland was a test ship and had all the main armament removed. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but I'm reasonably certain there was at least one or other county class around which would have had some 8-inch guns still on it. I mean, pretty much all of them had lost the super firing aft turret by that point, but that might have been a better choice even if it wasn't strictly Cumberland. And also, actually, if they had been able to get hold of a county class with 3 twin turrets, that would have actually made a really good stand-in for Exeter. I mean, it's obviously not exactly the same, but about as close as you were going to get at the time. So it's this kind of weird back and forth. Obviously, there's some stuff for dramatic license, but it's, for what limitations they had when they were filming it, it's an above average effort. Molly Madison asks, could you spend a few moments speculating on the likely impact on the Pacific War if the US Navy's HVAR, High Velocity Aircraft Rocket, was a mature and deployed weapon system in January 1942 instead of its historical deployment in June 1944? How useful could it have been in the fighting around Guadalcanal, especially in the hands of night-flying Avengers and Catalinas? Ooh, I'm not sure it would have been all that useful on night-flying aircraft, to be honest. HVARs and rockets in general in World War II were quite nasty when they hit, but that when is doing an awful lot of carrying work. I mean, there were various analysis done in World War II looking at gun camera footage of various rocket deployments, and quite often aircraft would come back and go, yeah, we completely hit that target. I'm absolutely sure of it. I saw some rockets go short. I saw some go long. We absolutely hit. But then when you look back at the gun camera footage, you'd see, 2 or 4 hit short, and then the next 2 or 4 hit long, and the ship in between just going, well, that was interesting. Factor in the inaccuracies inherent in nighttime attacks and the relatively minimal number of night-flying aircraft. I really don't think night-flying rocket aircraft would have had all that much effect. Conversely, if you'd had them equipped on daytime aircraft, who, 1, are going to be present in much larger numbers, and 2, can actually see a bit more accurately, then they could have had quite a significant effect, I think, because ultimately, dive bombing, strafing runs, or flinging HVARs, much of a muchness, except that you can fit HVARs on fighters as well as on bombers. And the amount of impact they would have, both just generally, but also more immediately. If you manage to actually hit with 3 or 4 rockets on a target, especially if your target is a cruiser or a destroyer, the immediate effect on the crew will be considerably more than if you're just hitting it with a strafing run or whatever. And even if that particular rocket salvo in and of itself isn't enough to cripple or sink a ship, which swings and roundabouts may or may not be, it will badly diminish that ship's fighting capability in terms of resisting the dive bombers and torpedo bombers that might then be following you to try and exploit the gap that you've made. So given that Henderson Field's aircraft were incredibly active even as they were, I think if they and some of the carrier aircraft as well had HVARs, they probably would have inflicted considerably more damage on enemy craft, apart from anything else, compared to a Dauntless. Much as a Dauntless with a 1,000-pound bomb could do an awful lot of damage if it hit, again, if it's got one chance at it. Whereas if you could somehow retrofit a Dauntless to carry a bunch of HVARs, okay, each individual rocket may not do quite as much damage as a 1,000-pound bomb, but you've got an awful lot more chances to actually hit. Lord Nelson asks, in 1915, if Churchill succeeds in pushing the British into a naval invasion of the Netherlands, substituting for the invasion of the Dardanelles, but the Dutch decide to fight back, if the Grand Fleet gets entangled in minefields and torpedo boat attacks, allowing the Dutch army to mount a desperate defence on the beaches, Germany is then approached for help. Wilhelm decides that defending the Netherlands is a priority, since the successful repulsion of said invasion might just be enough to bring the previously neutral states in on the German side, and while trains are loaded with whatever troops can be spared, the High Seas Fleet is put to sea immediately with orders to seriously delay the British force. Okay, well, I think we have to disentangle the scenario a little bit, because the only minefields off of the Netherlands that are present in any substantial amount are the British ones. So the Grand Fleet getting entangled in its own minefields is fairly unlikely. And honestly, the Germans don't have anything like enough torpedo boats in the immediate vicinity, especially in early 1915, to do anything substantial. The number of torpedo boats present wouldn't even trouble the destroyer and cruiser screens of the Grand Fleet. The number of torpedo boats you'd need would be the torpedo boats that are present with the High Seas Fleet. So that part of it, I think, just isn't really going to happen. But you've also got the fact that while the Grand Fleet, if the British were mad enough to try this, would be covering the invasion, but they wouldn't be, right off the beaches bombarding it. That would be still a job mostly for the pre-dreadnoughts. The High Seas Fleet would be sitting further back out to sea, covering against exactly the kind of intervention that you just established, which would be the High Seas Fleet coming out. I'm not necessarily sure the Germans can turn around trainloads of troops from the Western Front and sort out dispatching and scheduling across the Dutch border to get all the way to the Dutch beaches to defend in immediate time. But that's a land-based question, which, as I'm not particularly au fait with. The larger question of what happens if the High Seas Fleet puts to sea, a lot of it is going to depend on the time of day and just how much information the Germans actually have of this occurring. Because if the Germans know roughly that this is coming, and perhaps they've let it happen to try and get the Dutch on side, then the High Seas Fleet will hopefully have steam up, and then they've got to just figure out, literally the time of day, is the tide high enough for them to get out of the Jade Estuary? If this has come as to the Germans as much of a surprise as it has to the Dutch, it's a lot bigger of a problem, because it will take a lot longer for the High Seas Fleet to build up steam and get crew aboard, etc., etc. And then once they've built up steam pressure, they have to wonder about, is it the appropriate time to sail out without grounding on the Jade Bar? And at that point, that gives the British, even if the invasion itself is going horrifically badly, it gives the British, bear in mind you're going to have the Dover Patrol and the Harwich Force around there as well, more than enough time to notice that the Germans are up to something between signals, intel, and aforementioned scout forces. So while it wouldn't be an ideal situation for the Grand Fleet, because they would be semi-tied to a position rather than being able to freely maneuver, and of course the Germans would be able to deploy more U-boats and coastal torpedo boats than they would in the middle of the North Sea, it's still a fight that the High Seas Fleet is going to be facing a rather uphill struggle to actually win, especially considering that, again, this being the beginning of 1915, they haven't had Dogger Bank yet. They don't know that their own ammunition procedures are not particularly good, so they're just as likely to suffer from flare-ups as the British are. And interestingly enough, at this point, there's actually probably going to be a significantly larger number of the more modern pre-dreadnoughts involved in the fight as well, because both sides are still desperately commissioning dreadnought battleships. So it would be a rather messy sea fight, albeit one that the Grand Fleet theoretically has the advantage in, not just in capital ships, but also in the vast numbers of light craft, thanks to aforementioned Dover Patrol and Harwich Force also being around. I can't really comment on what would happen with the land invasion one way or the other, because as I said, I'm not an army historian. R.J. Blaine says HMS Warrior has just been launched. For reasons unknown, there are no global powers at war following this ship going to sea. Okay, so I'm taking this as the Ironclad. Global tensions may still be present, but nobody engages in actual warfare, and this state remains until 1941. How do you think this would influence the navies of the world entering into World War II? Ooh, okay. No war at all. That's going to be interesting. I think there's probably three major grounds where this is going to be really interesting. Firstly, without World War I in particular, the sudden advance of aircraft from essentially a motorized box kite with pretensions to potentially serious war influencing weapon over the 1910s isn't really going to happen. Aircraft will still advance and advance relatively rapidly, but their warfighting capabilities, as well as the more immediate demise of the rigid airship as a warfighting unit, those things are not going to happen. So the impact of aircraft is going to be delayed because, well, aircraft themselves are now going over to being a relatively unproven technology, which hasn't quite advanced as fast as it did historically. The second issue is going to be that because you haven't, again, battle tested a bunch of technologies, including things like fire control and rangefinders, those developments may well be slightly behind the times, which also means that engagement ranges might be seen as somewhat behind the times because you don't have something like the Spanish-American War to highlight why you need rangefinders, or the Russo-Japanese War to highlight that rangefinders can actually grant you extended ranges of engagement, which is going to mean that, well, if people feel that perhaps they only need to engage at 10 to 15,000 yards, then that could rather influence how much armor you're sticking on ships, because if you need a lot more armor to resist at shorter ranges against the big guns, you're going to be putting more towards that. The other final thing, of course, is that without World War I and the massive human and financial cost that imposes on the British Empire, then you're very unlikely to get a naval treaty system. Because even if you get roughly the same governments, as we've established previously, the Germans sort of are bowing out of the Anglo-German naval arms race in 1912. And while the US, even if historically we get the kind of idea that the US should have a fleet second to none in 1916, as we know with the historical Washington Treaty, the US kind of bows out of that idea as a whole, thanks to its new, more isolationist government in the early 1920s. And of course, the British won't have suspended building capital ships, although they might have reduced the build rate during the 1910s. So going forward to 1941, no treaty system. The Royal Navy is almost certainly still by far the largest navy on the planet. And, well, at that point, without the war, you're still going to have Imperial Germany. What the High Seas Fleet is going to look like after, 2 or 3 decades of back and forthing between the Navy and the Army, and who's Kaiser at that point? Well, and to be fair, Wilhelm II was still around in World War II, so he'd probably still be Kaiser, albeit somewhat aging. It would, yeah, the scene would be pretty unrecognizable from the way that we understand it these days. How are we doing? Not too bad working through 287's questions. What I'll probably do is finish 287's questions, grab the super chats, and then go into 291's, and then obviously off into general chat questions. Grummancat asks, what happens if you were to replace Lancelot Holland with Horatio Nelson at Denmark Strait, or switch out John Tovey for Nelson? It's hard to imagine Nelson sitting by the telephone at Scapa, but of course Nelson didn't have fancy things like telegraphy. What do you think happens differently? Assuming that Nelson knows all the capabilities and limitations of his ships the same that Holland and Tovey do. Okay, well, if Nelson is switched out for Tovey, yeah, there is zero chance, even with the world's best telegraphy system, that Nelson is sitting back in Scapa and sending other ships out to do the fighting for him. If Nelson replaces Tovey, King George V is going out, obviously Hood is going out, Victorious will be going out. Whether he brings Prince of Wales or not is maybe a bit more up in the air, because at that point he probably doesn't need to. But given Nelson likes battles of annihilation, if he'll probably ask Prince of Wales, can you sail? If yes, you're coming with me anyway. Which, yeah, that would be fun. And of course Nelson is going to want to be at the head of the line, so that means King George V probably then Hood, then Prince of Wales, and assuming that Bismarck engages the ship at the head of the line, King George V is much better equipped to take the hits compared to Hood, and you're now talking 3 battleships plus an aircraft carrier going after Bismarck and Prince Eugen, so the whole thing probably ends there and there in the Denmark Strait. Replacing Holland with Nelson is actually probably a slightly less interesting situation, because apart from maybe pushing a little bit more aggressively and maybe encouraging Suffolk and Norfolk to get a bit closer, which may not, well, it may mean that they don't lose contact, which may then mean they get their nighttime engagement, but that's a little bit of an edge case. Outside of that, Nelson is pretty much going to want to do what Holland was doing, which is close on Bismarck and engage as quickly as possible. So there probably wouldn't be a huge amount that changes outside of the details with Nelson replacing Holland, because, you know, for all of Nelson's capabilities, he's not a psyker. He can't reach out and just stop a 15-inch shell coming in. W. Osterberg asks, I know you've talked about wargaming in Drydock 229. I'm wondering, have you ever tried any of the solitaire naval wargames, such as Wentworth's Bismarck? Unfortunately, I do not believe so. 22 NF2, you are transported back to the court of Queen Elizabeth I. She knows of your knowledge and is knowledgeable in bits and pieces about the future. She's heard of this warship called Yamato and knows that whilst it is impossible to actually build Yamato in the first Elizabethan age, she understands it to mean the largest warship in terms of size of all the navies in its era, with the heaviest guns mounted. You are tasked with building an Elizabethan Yamato to be named Albion. How would you go about building the Albion with the English shipbuilding and gunsmithing tech of the time? Well, you did have to ask an engineer that question, didn't you? Now, gunsmithing, to be fair, I don't think I would be trying to change what they're doing all that much. You've already got the four-wheeled gun carriage, and, you know, you can get some pretty capable guns being built, both in bronze and iron, because you have culverins, cannons, and all sorts. What I would probably do with gunsmithing is to suggest a more standardized, more uniform system of heavy hitting guns, rather than the complete hodgepodge that you get in Elizabethan times. So the same way that you would have sample or test arrows or arrowheads that would be sent around and everyone would be told, make this, then I would, you know, make a few or commission a few sample cannons, culverins, and other smaller ship-mounted firearms, and then go, right, gun makers, I want you to make these. So that would help with the, you know, supply and ammunition situation. Now, usefully in terms of building an Albion or a wooden Yamato, that actually is quite possible with Elizabethan shipbuilding, because they're already building galleons and race-built galleons. So the basic idea of ships in frame with carvel planking, etc., that's all good. The basics are there. What I would first need them to do is build a somewhat larger set of slipways and dry docks than they have historically, because our ship is going to be bigger, so you can't fit in the ones they've got at the moment. And there's actually really nothing stopping me at that point, with the knowledge that Elizabethan carpenters have, from just taking the same principles that were used in the early 19th century, in the late 1810s, early 1820s and thereafter, that we used to suddenly massively increase the strength and size of wooden ships of the line, namely, you know, all the cross bracing that you get in the Seppings and Simmons systems. I don't really have to worry too much about rounded sterns and all of that, because, well, we're facing off against Spanish galleons at this point. But in theory, assuming we can build a large enough dry dock, there's nothing stopping me building a relatively large 3-decker with cross bracing support that's not far off some of the really big 3-deckers that you get in the 1830s and 1840s. Now, being Elizabethan times, they might want to include a higher forecastle and stern castle for boarding and such like. But given how much bigger these ships are going to be, I could just say, well, hey, look, the whole upper deck is your height advantage. You don't need to worry too much. And of course, if it's bigger and proportionally has a greater length to beam ratio, that means my standardized cannon can actually be mounted, which means I can then look into properly equipping all the ropes and pulley systems so that you can have a regularly firing broadside and such like. Yeah, that would be my approach. Essentially build a Caledonia or possibly a Caledonia successor clone, but back in Elizabethan times. Fundamentally, all the technology's there. It just needs to be upscaled. And being an engineer, I know how to upscale it. Patrick Donnelly asks, how would the Battle of Santa Cruz turn out if it was Nagumo versus Fletcher round 3? All forces are unchanged, but Fletcher takes over command from Kincaid as Task Force 16's commanding officer and officer in tactical command. That's a good question. I think it's rather difficult to predict because on the one hand, yes, Fletcher is going to probably be a little bit better organized. He's a little bit more experienced in carrier command, and therefore his overall tactics are likely to be a little bit better. But he is still limited by when and where are the recon reports coming in to tell him about Japanese positions and potential incoming Japanese air attacks. You've still got the same issues with fighter control and direction. He can't really change that all that much. So I think it would be an overall net positive for the US Navy, but because of the constraints that he's facing in terms of determining when and how he can take action, I don't think it's going to affect the outcome of the Battle of Santa Cruz. The single biggest effects would be perhaps if he changes deployment styles or something like that. But a lot of the decisions that Fletcher might make slightly differently from Kincaid would probably just get lost in the general fog of war. Unfortunately, this is the problem with carrier battles in particular. So much is dependent on recon reports and how accurate they are, which is not in any way, shape or form really all that controllable by the admirals unless they choose to send up more or less scouting aircraft. And that means that, yeah, compared to a battleship action where the admiral can physically see what's going on and make on-the-spot decisions, it does make the carrier battles a little harder for them to influence. George Robertson. What if the performance characteristics of the Mark 14 were reversed from 90% dud to 90% boom? It probably wouldn't end the war sooner, but would there have been any changes to surface engagements? Well, the biggest changes to surface engagements would be what Japanese ships are actually still around, because as I've covered with a few similar questions, if the Mark 14 is working, then we know that historically there were a bunch of unsuccessful attacks on Japanese warships and Japanese invasion convoys and such like. If those instead work and those ships are damaged or sunk, that's going to have a knock-on effect on what the Japanese have available to deploy, and even if they're going to deploy at all, which in turn would mean that, while having a working Mark 14 isn't necessarily going to change the outcome of Savo Island, because there weren't any Mark 14s fired at Savo Island. But it would potentially affect Savo Island in that Admiral Mikawa's forces might not actually be as strong as they were historically when they show up, if they show up at all. That's a project, as I've said before, which I think someone, I don't know whether it's me or someone else, would potentially have to do, which would be to look through all of the torpedo expenditure report cards for, let's say, 1942 for the American submarines. And I mean, it'd be fairly easy to work out which ones are using Mark 14s, but then to work out from those report cards which sort of prematures, duds, etc., could potentially have been affected by the Mark 14 not working properly. Because obviously misses are still going to be misses, but the dud hits and the premature detonations could then be translated over to, okay, these would actually hit and do significant damage, and then you can analyze, well, if this ship is damaged and this ship is sunk and so on and so forth. But there would be a lot of tabulation work. Gregory Albert asks, what is more terrifying for a World War II naval task force to face, an angry PT boat swarm or an angry Fletcher swarm, if all weapons are working? Far more terrifying would be an angry Fletcher swarm, simply because the Fletchers can sustain speeds in high seas considerably more. They can follow you. They've generally got radar, and in the late war, better radar, so they can engage you at night. They can engage you in poor weather. Honestly, if you hit they can launch their torpedoes from a considerably further distance, because they have better well, they have longer range torpedoes for the most part, and they also have better torpedo calculation devices, plus they have 5-inch guns. And honestly, if a PT boat swarm comes at you and you start saturating the area with your secondary battery if you're a battleship, or your main and secondaries if you're a cruiser, or just your general guns if you're a destroyer, let's face it, any single hit to a PT boat, and that PT boat is somewhere between dead in the water or completely evaporated. Whereas with an angry Fletcher swarm, not only can they fight back against the smaller ships, but it's, as was proven at Samar, it can take an awful lot of a beating to stop a Fletcher from fighting. So the chances of the Fletcher swarm actually fighting through to do damage to you is considerably higher as well. King Brock asks, what are your thoughts on the ship's weapons and tactics of the Fire Nation Navy in the Avatar The Last Airbender show? Well, obviously there is quite a lot of leeway you have to grant, because we are talking about the supernatural ability to bend the elements, which is not usually a factor in realistic ship engagements. The main bugbear I think I have when it comes to the Fire Nation ships in Avatar is they are far too small. You know, yes, I understand it was much easier to draw and animate a small ship compared to a large ship, but generally they are kind of just boat hull with sort of small hut on top, and then firebenders and maybe a catapult up front. Given the level of technology that is otherwise demonstrated in the show, they're basically almost just iron versions of medieval cogs, and not even particularly large ones at that, to be perfectly honest. They should be considerably larger and more heavily armed than they are. And of course their tactics mostly seem to amount to everybody form line abreast and chuck fire at people, which, to be fair, is not necessarily a terrible tactic when you can summon elemental fire out of thin air, but it's also not exactly the most subtle of tactics either. We don't get to see them, but I think well, you get to see some submarines, but I think of all the nations in the Avatar show, I think actually, for obvious reasons, the waterbenders would probably be the ones with the most interesting navy, because at the end of the day, the Fire Nation Navy can do we build boat, boat shoots fire, boat sails across water by some means, and that's pretty much it. Whereas the waterbenders, I mean, as we see with the submarines that they invent, but if they had a larger navy, they could build ships which could exploit the fact that they can manipulate water to their own advantage. Dr. D.M. Platt asks, if you were able to use your current knowledge to spend £1 million to prepare the British merchant fleet and shipbuilding and repair industries for World War I and separately for World War II, it's £1,000 million, sorry, £1 billion. What percentage would you devote to new equipment and skills, new construction, renovating, refitting existing equipment, stockpiling reserves, and other expenses? Well, for World War I don't think I'd have to do all that much for the shipbuilding and repair industries because they were already quite large. As far as the merchant fleet is concerned, I think the biggest thing I would probably do pre-World War I would be actually something I'd do very similarly in World War II. So in World War II, kick-starting a kind of standardized set of ships for construction would be a priority. Now, I'm not just saying Liberty and Victory ships, although that would be nice, but you also need standardized stores and replenishment ships for the Royal Navy, standardized tankers, which is also what the US does with things like the C3 hulls and so forth. But I would spend a good chunk of it on coming up with a set of standardized designs, maybe half a dozen standardized designs for different merchant ship types. And bearing in mind this is the British industry in both World War I and World War II, you would have to maybe have a larger one, which is your more ideal kind of Liberty Victory ship size vessel. But in Britain, you do have a bunch of smaller yards that just can't build a ship that size. So you'd have like a diminutive that could be built for either coastal trade or as a an additional oceanic trading type. That would be the single best thing you could do for the British merchant fleet. I mean, you can't really use money to prepare them for a convoy system other than ordering a bunch more destroyers, but that's not the merchant fleet. For World War II, the shipbuilding and repair industries are a much different thing because, as we know historically, the British spent most of the latter part of the 1930s desperately trying to expand their shipbuilding and repair industries to something, nothing approaching what they had in World War I, but something approaching that. For shipbuilding in World War I, maybe the sneaky thing I could do would be to encourage the construction of a few really big dry docks and slipways to enable some of larger ships to be built later. But for World War II, if it's in the run-up, that is where you could really go to town because you could invest an awful lot more money in reopening yards that have closed, expanding existing infrastructure, both in terms of more slipways and more dry docks, or expanding the ones you already have, building new floating dry docks, expanding the armament industries and so forth, to a point that you could build, repair and maintain considerably more ships. The other thing I might do, considering I've got what for the time is an absolutely phenomenal amount of money, is pick up on some ideas that the people who were batting around the Imperial Federation idea back in the late 1800s and early 1900s had, which would be to maybe divert some of that money over to places like Australia and Canada, for example, and go, look, okay, I'm just going to turn Halifax into a major at least ship repair, if not necessarily shipbuilding facility. Cockatoo Island in Sydney gets its upgrades earlier. The massive, almost Saint Nazaire sized dry dock that they built at Garden Island at the very end of the war in World War II, that gets built a lot earlier. Expanding and also targeting things like the Gibraltar and Malta dry docks, because those more than anything were some of the constraints on construction for carriers and capital ships in the interwar period. get those up to a size that, 11, 12, 1300 feet, again, St-Nazaire, Drydock or bigger sizes. And then when people are designing ships, the idea of we don't have dry docks overseas that can accommodate them isn't really a problem. It's more a case of what more optimally fits our needs, which would help the Royal Navy quite a bit. Alex Hruby asks, if the Soviet Navy had managed to complete construction on some of their battleships and cruisers, what effect would that have had on the US and UK post-warship construction plans? Well, they did manage to complete a bunch of cruisers with the Sverdlovs. If they'd managed to complete battleships, however, or battle cruisers, I suppose, with the Stalingrads, that would be a very interesting case. I mean, on the one hand, you've got the potential of they complete some Sovietsky Soyuzes, which immediately fall over and sink or break themselves in half because the level of the construction on them was not good. But if we assume that, some Kronstadts and Stalingrads and maybe an actual functioning Sovietsky Soyuz or two get completed, that I'm not sure if it changes US and UK post-warship construction plans all that much. It would definitely affect the number of ships they keep around and the number of ships that they refit. I think for the US, it doesn't have too much of an effect. For the US, it would probably mean the Alaska, maybe Hawaii gets completed. So you have 3 Alaskas. They'd probably build a few more Des Moines. The Iowas would all stay in service instead of being partially mothballed. And some of the earlier fast battleships as well. I think there would be a little bit of a competition as to, do you keep some of the more modern and therefore slightly less worn but technically somewhat cramped South Dakotas in service, or do you keep North Carolina and Washington in service, which are slightly less well protected but physically have more deck space and therefore slightly more suitable for post-war upgrades? I don't think they'd build the Montanas unless Sovietsky Soyuzes entered service, and even then they might just go for completing Illinois and Kentucky instead. The UK would face a little bit more of an interesting situation. They don't really have anything left that could match the Stalingrads and the Kronstadts unless they decide to stick Renown in a really deep overhaul, which they were thinking of doing. Possibly the theoretical, hypothetical modernization of the Nelson. They've still got 4 King George V's, which they could keep in service. Vanguard obviously will stay in service. But the Royal Navy really doesn't have as much in the way of financial capability at that point. But I think they would have to definitely keep some of those ships in service. But they would also have to be thinking quite seriously about how do they streamline all of this. Because honestly, much as it would be hilarious to see a refitted Nelson, having a 16-inch ship, Renown and Vanguard, so 2 15-inch ships, and a bunch of 14-inch ships around, that's not really going to work logistically for the UK. So Nelson probably goes away. That takes you down to 15-inch and 14-inch guns. Renown and Vanguard would work. I mean, Renown certainly would work fairly well against the Stalingrads and the Kronstadts, but perhaps not for very long. I could potentially see more Vanguards being built, a kind of Vanguard Mark II, because they're decommissioning, the R's, the Queen Elizabeths, and probably Renown. So you could make an argument that it might be cheaper to build iterations on Vanguard because you've already got the turrets, you can repurpose them and have more 15-inch turrets, which lends itself to a continuity of ammunition choice and everything. I think the King George V's, with the amount of additional requirements you're going to be getting in terms of missiles and post-war anti-aircraft infrastructure, they'll probably lose B turret, maybe keep the 2 quads, and then B turret either gets converted into a missile launcher by taking off the turret and keeping the barbette, or maybe the turret and barbette get pulled completely for weight and deck space saving issues for additional reconstruction, and then your kind of Vanguard Mark IIs would become the things that you'd face off against the bigger Soviet ships with, and your 8-gun King George V's would become your cruiser killers, potentially. So we've got 2 more questions on the 287 questions, and then we'll drop into super chats, and then we'll, as I said, drop back again onto the 291 questions. Rob Smith asks, we all know about your great love for BT and his flag staff, and we know that Admiral Lee was a pretty good shot. So one night, BT has an epiphany. As Admiral Lee is leaving his ship for the last time in August 1945, his mind is snatched by Neptune and transported back sometime earlier in the century and inserted into BT's head as he slumbers one night. The resultant BT-Lee hybrid awakes totally transformed and obsessed with setting right the wrongs in Royal Navy gunnery. The questions are, when would this transplant have the greatest impact? What personnel, such as Seymour, would find they were no longer in post, and what would be the outcome in terms of battles like Dogger Bank and Jutland? Well, I mean, for it to have the greatest effect, obviously, that has to predate Dogger Bank and Jutland. So I would say probably the best time for it to occur would be when BT actually takes command of the battle cruisers. At which point, yeah, Seymour would last about as long as one badly messed up signal would last. And I mean, Lee probably has a memory of history because Seymour's errors were already known in Lee's time, so Seymour may not even get that far. So Lee would assemble a brand new staff and, yeah, immediately make a tour of the battle cruisers, magazines, ammunition handling, turrets, and see their shooting, and just be like, no, this is changing. This is changing a lot. At which point, you know, cleaning up the magazines. I mean, he's got a bit of future knowledge on how turrets and magazines are handled anyway, so he might actually just historically improve them beyond what they even theoretically could have been, using purely, you know, early 1910s knowledge. And he is going to absolutely drill the battle cruisers in accurate long-range gunnery and press for the latest and the best in fire control equipment, which means that if you've got decent signaling and good long-range accurate gunnery, at least as far as you can pull off with, you know, 1915, 1916 technology, that means that Seydlitz and so forth, well, Dogger Bank's going to be a lot worse. I mean, Blucher's still going down. Seydlitz probably won't survive. Not because Lee's gunnery will, you know, change the outcome of that hit to the barbette, but it's just going to get hit a lot more. I think with the situation at Dogger Bank, you could safely say that Seydlitz and Blucher are sunk. Maybe one of the others would be, but the Germans were hightailing it at speed to try and get away. So in the end, you know, they might escape. But then a reduced first scouting group, then assuming that Jutland roughly takes place as historically, runs into a BT Lee hybrid commanding a battle cruiser force that isn't going to sacrifice its long distance advantage where it can shoot and the Germans can't reply, and is going to have the Queen Elizabeth of 5th Battle Squadron, except Queen Elizabeth herself, right behind it. In fact, knowing Lee, he'll probably put them near the front, or at least in the middle, at which point a horribly outnumbered first scouting group facing an accurately firing long-distance focused gunnery-based battle cruiser fleet and 5th Battle Squadron, there may not be a first scouting group left by the time the High Seas Fleet shows up. And while Lee is not an idiot, he's not going to, you know, try and take his battle cruisers and 5th Battle Squadron in for a death or glory charge against the entire High Seas Fleet. As they withdraw in good order, they're probably going to put some hurt on the lead ships of the High Seas Fleet as well. Certainly, as the QE turn around, they're probably going to send some pretty nasty 15-inch shells into the Kaisers and Koenigs. The big question mark over all of that, of course, is whether or not he's able to do anything about the fuses, because he will demand practice and he probably recognise the problem. Whether or not he can actually do anything about it in that position is another matter entirely. Possibly not, but he might be able to set in train at least. He might be able to set something in train that it won't affect Dogger Bank, but might affect Jutland. But even then, just hitting with far more shells is going to have a huge effect. And the last from Drydock 287 is HMS Inconceivable, who asks, if nuclear propulsion of technology equivalent to, say, the 60s was introduced earlier to the point that you could build a treaty-era battleship or battlecruiser for the US or Royal Navies, where would the saved displacement from the denser power plants best go? More armour, better underwater protection, more firepower, more speed, or perhaps even building an extra capital ship or two? I would probably split it between slightly greater protection, especially deck armour. There's the problem with underwater protection is, apart from a few minor design tweaks which aren't really going to be affected by having slightly less machinery space, you need volume for underwater protection, and having a denser power plant is going to probably shorten your machinery spaces, but probably not narrow them all that much. But with the saved weight and the saved internal volume, you probably could significantly upgrade your anti-aircraft firepower, which would be quite nice, as well as obviously potentially shortening up the citadel. So, yeah, the armor protection could probably come from, we've made a shorter citadel, therefore we can put more weight into armor, but not shortening it too much because we want some expanded anti-aircraft magazines for more anti-aircraft guns because we can now fit them aboard. That would probably be where I would focus my upgrade efforts. You don't really need, honestly, more main battery guns on the latest Royal Navy and US Navy designs, although maybe the King George V will get their 12 guns instead of 10. So that's all the questions from alternate history questions from Drydock 287. I can see from Fleet of Oceans that we have 13 super chats, so I'm going to try and get through those, and then, as I said, swap back to Drydock 291 alternate history questions. There are slightly fewer of those compared to 287, and then hopefully we'll get on to everybody in regular chat. Right, so Captain Charlemagne Models asks, if the Chaos Gods send you into an alternate reality where dreadnoughts and battlecruisers never existed, which ship, Tiger or Renown, would you redesign as an armoured cruiser? Okay. So dreadnoughts and battlecruisers don't exist. Well, I mean, at that point, a theoretical Tiger and theoretical Tiger is definitely going to be an armoured cruiser. Renown exists because of, in the format that she does, because of the war breaking out, and she's originally going to be a battleship. So yeah, I mean, at that point, Tiger is the better candidate, because who knows what's going to happen to Renown in this alternate scenario where you've still got progressively not quite dreadnought-ish pre-dreadnoughts and big armoured cruisers. So you could invent a kind of dreadnought armoured cruiser for Tiger, which wouldn't be, obviously, a true battle cruiser, because it wouldn't be armed with capital ship grade weapons, but you could perhaps build one that is... See, this is the problem when it comes to the Royal Navy. You could do a all 9.2 inch ship, which is what people thought they were going to do. The problem with that is the 9.2 inch is a fairly hefty weapon, especially on something the size and shape of British armoured cruisers of the period. So you would either have to build a considerably larger armoured cruiser, and they're already pretty big compared to pre-dreadnoughts, or you would have to do a kind of semi-dreadnought type layout. So you'd have maybe a twin 9.2 up front, two 9.2s aft, and then maybe two single 9.2s, one on each wing. So kind of like Dreadnought's layout of 12-inch guns, but with singles instead of twins, maybe two singles on either side. Or you might, perhaps, if you wanted lots and lots and lots of guns, to be able to pull off something with the 7.5-inch, which was, you know, the main armament of the Devonshires and the secondary armament to a certain degree of the later armoured cruisers, where you at that point might be able to get two twin 7.5s for two twin 7.5s aft, and either one or two wing mounted twin 7.5s as well. That would be an interesting one, because that would give you a lot more 7.5s, but it would also mean that the German armoured cruisers would have bigger guns with their 8.2-8.3 inch guns, at which point someone's probably going to argue for the 9.2s, but I think to get a 9.2 inch armoured cruiser on that kind of layout, even if you switch over to oil firing in the 1910s, you're still going to need a somewhat absurdly large armoured cruiser, 16 to 18,000 tons, which I don't think you'd get money for, except for maybe as a single one-off prestige ship. Bob Fry asks, was there any second guessing at the time regarding the 8-month delay in launching the Iwo Jima invasion? There was a lot of discussion about when to launch the Iwo Jima invasion, but as far as I can recall, it's kind of a case of, well, once the deadlines have decided, then everybody has to start organising and correlating all their fleets in regard for that date. There's a kind of a pattern when you look at all the US invasions of the various island chains and islands. There's huge amount of discussion and back and forth about which one should we attack, when should we attack, how many forces are we committing, how are we committing them. But once it has been resolved that this is the date, everything tends to quiet down. There might be one or two backup plans drawn up, but the amount of paperwork that goes into preparing for an invasion at that point really doesn't brook much in the way of further changes or discussion. Because if you suddenly turn up and say, well, actually, I think we should bring it forward, everyone who's now planned everything for the new date is just going to be going, no, go away. Captain Charlemagne Models is back again with, instead of the Tennessee class armored cruisers, the Americans built larger vessels. What would you name the new ships, and could these ships be better suited for the American 13-inch gun compared to the older pre-dreadnoughts? Well, by the time the Tennessees are being commissioned, the 13-inch is a little bit of an old hat. Realistically, yes, it is bigger, but it is being superseded by newer and more advanced 12-inch models, at which point, yeah, you might get 12-inch instead of 10-inch or whatever, but I don't think you're going to fit 13-inch on. You theoretically could if you make it arbitrarily larger, but it would be a bit of a retrograde step. In terms of naming the new ships, I mean, they're already state names. That's already the top of the tree as far as the US goes. So I don't think you could really change all that much. I mean, if you really, really, really wanted to stick a 13-inch gun on, well, the sheer size of an even bigger than a Tennessee ship would make them somewhat better suited than the older US pre-dreadnoughts, which were very limited dimension and displacement wise, but they'd be even better with the 12-incher, or at which point you've kind of invented a semi-battle cruiser, a bit like the Tsukuba. I think it's the Tsukubas, the Japanese sort of battle cruisers. They're essentially armored cruisers, but with a pair of twin 12s instead of, you know, twin 8s or whatever. So yeah, you've essentially at that point the Tennessees would basically become a semi-battle cruiser, which would be an interesting thing because it might provide a little bit more impetus for US battle cruisers in the Dreadnought era. Lieutenant Corporal Anime Guy asks, if the USS Arizona wasn't sunk or didn't blow up like she did, how would she be retrofitted? Well, assuming that she doesn't take colossal amounts of damage, you'd pretty much be looking at essentially the same thing that happened to USS Pennsylvania, because, well, that's her sister ship, and Pennsylvania was lightly damaged at Pearl Harbor. So yeah, if that fatal hit just doesn't happen, then she's pretty much going to look like a clone of Pennsylvania. Perhaps a more interesting thing would be, given that Arizona was hit a couple of other times as well, would be if she was hit, but not so badly damaged. So maybe even she gets hit as she historically did, but for whatever reason, let's hand wave for a second, maybe there's less gunpowder, less black powder in her black powder magazine, or it vents slightly differently. Basically, it doesn't also set off the main magazines. I think you'd have to go for there being less powder in it, because just the black powder explosion in and of itself was enough to basically fatally destroy the... Well, fatally destroy, that's a bit silly. Fatally damage the ship to a point you weren't going to be able to raise and refit her. But if, let's say, there'd been a work order that said empty out the black powder magazines, or they'd been emptied and not completely restocked, so there's a black powder explosion that does quite significant damage to the forward section, but it doesn't set off the main magazines, and it doesn't break the front of the ship in two. So maybe you're looking at a damage somewhere, maybe not quite as bad overall, but perhaps slightly worse locally than West Virginia's. Then she could be brought back. I mean, the flip side is she's a far less useful vessel than West Virginia, so you would have to walk the damage back a fair bit. So maybe there's just a chunk missing out the front. But at that point, you'd be looking at, again, a deep refit and rebuild on a level similar to what Nevada and West Virginia experienced. So, I mean, given they stuck 5-inch 38s on the Nevada, and Arizona is a generation ahead of that, then at that point, yeah, you could look at the Nevada and West Virginia refit. 5-inch 38s, consolidated superstructure, new mast, etc., etc. So she would become, bizarrely enough, one of the more advanced battleships that aren't fast battleships in the US Navy. If you've got 2 years or so to rebuild her. Nate Ella says, I used your video on Trafalgar as a source for a research paper. Thank you. You are welcome. I'm glad to hear it. L1011 TriStar asks, if radar hadn't been invented, do you think the Imperial Japanese Navy's night fighting plus long-range torpedo decisive battle doctrine could have worked better, or was it flawed from the beginning? The overall decisive battle doctrine was a little bit flawed because it relied primarily on your enemy doing what you want them to do, i.e. charge across the Pacific in one massive blob to fight you. If they don't do that, then, well, that battle doctrine goes out the window, doesn't it? But if a radar had not been invented, then you would end up with the Japanese having a considerably greater advantage in night fighting in the Pacific for considerably longer than they historically enjoyed, because of course a lot of the US Navy's night fighting doctrine that evolves in 42 and into 43 is based around, hey, we have these really cool second generation radar sets which we can use to obviate most of the Japanese advantages. If they don't have that, well, historically, let's face it, US Navy night fighting doctrine wasn't particularly good, even with the first gen radar sets, and even with some of the second gen stuff, when initially you had admirals like Callahan who didn't quite understand how to use them properly. So if they don't have that radar, I mean, it would be a wake-up call, and the US would have to start developing a night fighting doctrine pretty much as they did historically very quickly, but without radar and obviously without some of the low light gathering and the intensive interwar training that the Japanese had, it would take the Americans a lot longer to catch up and probably be incurring considerably more losses at the same time. That's not necessarily, I mean, it's not going to let the Japanese win the war, but it could let them prolong things like the Guadalcanal campaign and so forth, and come out of it with considerably fewer ships sunk, all things considered. Tonk asks, talking about historical accuracy, I've just binge-watched the World War II movies, and is there anything accurate in U-571? Submarines exist. The use of an S-class in the Atlantic because the fleet boats are wanted over in the Pacific. The fact that a German submarine was captured and U-571 is a German submarine. Yeah, I'm running out of things for U-571 at that point. Yeah, it's a real pity that Studio Canal are so stupidly protective over the absolute shredding I gave you the U-571 movie review, because yeah, there's a lot of flaws with that movie. Starting out with the fact that the fundamental, if you like, the conceit of the whole thing doesn't actually work, because given the setup that they give of there's a crippled German U-boat in the Atlantic, it's drifting east at, I think it's 4 knots or something like that, and they set out in this old rickety S-class. I calculated for the movie review that I did that actually the way that the American sub is portrayed as sailing, by the time they've got the sub ready, set sail, and got to the reported position, U-571 is going to be considerably further east, and by the time they reach that position, it's going to have gone even further east. And essentially what it works out to is that with the sub and the behavior that the sub bit shows in the early part of the movie, U-571 would actually have drifted ashore on the coast of Iceland, on the coast of Ireland or France before the US sub actually catches up to it, which obviates the entire point of the film. Christian Franzen asks, is there any evidence of other Royal Navy officers calling out Seymour's lack of skill to Seymour himself? I'd also like to recommend the channel Protestas Lunae for great music with a naval theme. I will... Let me just pop that into... I popped that into my search bar so I can go and have a look at that channel later on. Royal Navy officers calling out Seymour directly to Seymour's face in World War I. I'm not aware of particularly much direct evidence of that, in part because any criticism of Seymour by the Royal Navy's kind of, if you like, rules of engagement should be made to Beatty. And I'm pretty sure that some people did raise signalling issues with Beatty, but unless it was in private, people aren't going to be turning around and confronting Seymour directly, because at that point they would actually get in trouble for bypassing the official way of dealing with a faulty officer on an admiral's staff, which is to talk to the admiral. David Stotler asks, did Duke of York's famous blind shot on Scharnhorst go through her belt? Presumably this is the one that cripples her. I thought the 14-inch guns would be incapable of penetrating Scharnhorst's belt. Do you recall the distance of that hit? I don't recall the exact distance offhand, but I do remember from both doing research for the HMS Belfast book and research for the Battle of North Cape video that when I looked at the ranges involved and the angles as well, I came to the conclusion that it's the reasonable likelihood is not that the shell goes through the belt, because pretty much, as you said, at that angle it wouldn't work. I'm tentatively of the opinion that actually the turtleback armored deck worked against Scharnhorst in that case, because I'm pretty sure what happened is the shell dropped in onto the armored deck, so above the belt, hit the armored deck, and probably hit the armored deck on the, you know, towards the side where you have the slope down, which would have more normalized the 14-inch shell hit, assisting in its penetration, and then through that, then into obviously into the engine rooms, which is what crippled Scharnhorst. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what happened. A belt penetration would be spectacularly unlikely. In theory, you could potentially also have just gone through the flat part of the deck, but it's a little bit more dicey, whereas exploiting that, you know, at that point in favor angle of the turtleback is not only possible at that range, but makes a bit more sense. Fleet Devotion says, congratulations on publishing your new book. Thank you very much. Nozdormu89 says, of all the paper ships of World of Warships, what are your favourite and least favourite by design per class, and why? I don't think we have the time to go through everything. Also, I don't play aircraft carriers all that much, so while there are a few paper aircraft carriers there, I don't play them enough or really understand the playstyle enough to have an authoritative opinion on them. Likewise, outside of a couple of lines, I don't tend to play destroyers all that much, and the lines I do play, and have gotten all the way up to tier 10, pretty much all the destroyers along that line tend to be historical. So, you know, like Daring is at the tier 10 for the British, Gearing, at least last time I checked, was the tier 10 for the Americans. I would say it tends to be the cruisers and battleships where A, I play those more, and B, there are more paper designs. Favorites, I mean, I love me my Minotaur, and technically the Edgar, which is the kind of tier 11 sub-variant of it. So I would say for cruisers, the Minotaur Edgar pairing is probably my favorite. I get on quite well with the Plymouth as well, but the machine gun rate of fire you can get out of a properly upgraded Minotaur or Edgar is just hilarious. Plus, occasionally, people forget that those ships actually come with torpedoes. So I do remember at one point a couple of battleships came charging down, and they mostly ignored me in favor of engaging some of our heavier ships because they thought, oh, you know, yeah, those 6-inch guns will hurt, but we can basically one-shot him when we want to. And I just sailed between them and ripple fired off all 4 of my torpedo launcher sets, and that brought an end to that engagement pretty darn quickly. I would put in a secondary recommendation for I think it's the Gibraltar, but admittedly my success with the Gibraltar in general PvP is not great. But I absolutely love the fact that in one of the little tournaments where you can go in a series of 1v1s, at one point I ended up facing off against a Yamato, which in theory should be something I can never win. But the Yamato went turtle behind an island. I sped round the island, and because I managed to keep the Yamato guessing which side of the island I was going to come around, he whiffed his first shot, and I was at quite a heavy angle as well. And I was then moving at such a close range, I came around him faster than his turrets could traverse. And yes, I've got 9.2-inch guns, but I wasn't dumb enough to try and bow shot the Yamato. And I thought, you know what, as I get round to the stern, there's a good chance his stern turret's going to delete me. So I waited till I was basically perfectly perpendicular and thought, you know what, just for the heck of it, I'm going to dump my entire salvo into him and see what happens. And it turns out that every single hit was a crit. So I one-shotted a Yamato from basically full health at point-blank range with a Gibraltar, and I just remember that was funny. But I wouldn't class the Gibraltar as anywhere near as good as the Minotaur. As far as the battleship paper designs are concerned, at least the last time I played it, I would say the Georgia was my favourite, because I get to run around at ridiculous speeds with essentially a 18-inch armed American battle cruiser with ridiculous secondaries. It is just a hilariously fun ship to play with. It's kind of a bit like playing the Incomparable, except it's got better secondary batteries. And, well, the guns are a bit more accurate. I love my Incomparable, but the Georgia is just, generally speaking, a better ship. DJ Mederios asks, if Operation Rheinebung had commenced with all of the ships that were intended, so Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, they wait a bit for Tirpitz being ready, and they had better operational security and snuck into the Atlantic a bit further, what would have been the UK's response? If you've got all 4 ships sailing and the British have somehow dropped the ball so hard that they don't really notice until, say, perhaps they break through past Norfolk and Suffolk, or whoever's there instead of Norfolk and Suffolk, because it's a few months later. I mean, obviously they're going to have more ships in the home fleet. Hood's probably in refit at that point, but Prince of Wales will be properly worked up at that point. Duke of York will probably be in service, maybe in a position similar to Prince of Wales. Rodney will have had her refit. So the home fleet overall is going to be in a better shape. But if you've got all 4 out, I mean, theoretically, the historical home fleet at the point where this sortie would be possible isn't strong enough to really go after that force on its own. The flip side, of course, is if the Germans have all 4 battleships operational, the British are going to reinforce the home fleet quite a bit. At which point I think their response would be obviously home fleet chase, carriers out to cripple, spot and slow down the German ships, and any escorts they have out in the Atlantic. Obviously no single battleship on escort duty is going to be able to stand up to 4 German battleships, including especially 2 Bismarcks, for any length of time. So I think what will probably happen is the convoys would probably be ordered either to possibly scatter, possibly just to divert south as much as humanly possible. And any heavy escorts, i.e. useful as cruisers and battleships or battle cruisers they have, would probably be ordered to sail, maybe to meet up with Force H coming the other way to form a kind of loose battle group. And then maybe try to hammer and anvil the Germans. So using potentially Ark Royal if she's still around at that point, and or any other carriers that Force H might have access to. That plus the sort of random grouping of various convoy escort ships that have been pulled together. That would be a kind of the force that would be trying to prevent the Germans coming back to France, while the home fleet would be, playing stalking horse, probably with a couple of carriers, trying to slow them down and bring them to bay, potentially even, trying to catch them between the 2 forces. But it's such a different scenario. Trying to work out exactly which British forces would be available and how they'd be deployed would be the thing that determines the UK response. I mean, to be honest, if it drags out long enough to Tirpitz being fully operational and so on and so forth, it might even be just about late enough for the Americans to get properly involved, and maybe North Carolina comes wandering over to see what she can do. Christian Franzen asks, when the High Seas Fleet bombarded Britain, so this would be the first scouting group, Did they go north-south or south-north? Did they make several passes? It depends which bombardment you do, because the first scouting group do a few different bombardments. In some cases, they come in, they hit one target, and then they move off to another target. And in other cases, they come in, they do essentially a localized bombardment, and then leave again. So you've got, you know, Scarborough, Hartlepool, etc. So you're talking about those, all of those attacks. So let's have a quick look. So you've got the raid on Scarborough, Hartlepool, and Whitby. So let's ensure we've got the correct direction here. So initially they're hitting Hartlepool and Scarborough. So that's not really a direction, because they're hitting both of them. And then they move on to Whitby. So where is Scarborough on this map? There's Scarborough. I need to get an actual proper map of the UK. Let's move north. Right, there's Scarborough. Whitby is slightly north of Scarborough. Hartlepool is north of Whitby, however. So broadly speaking, they're hitting two, but technically speaking, at the bomb in that particular raid, they're moving very slightly north. And then the raid on Yarmouth is, well, it's just the raid on Yarmouth. So in terms of overall direction, because of the relative direction of Yarmouth, they have to come actually in from the northeast, because Wilhelmshaven is actually further north than Yarmouth is. So at that point, yeah, they'd have to come out of the Jade estuary, head west, and then head southwest. So they'd be coming at Yarmouth from the northeast. At least with attacking Scarborough, that's roughly, you know, they're at that point they're coming basically east at that stage, because it's roughly on a par with the latitude they'd be on when they come out of Wilhelmshaven. It's weird the way that all of that works out, to be honest. Right, where were we? So that's and did they make several passes? No, they went in, they shot some stuff up, they left. They're not, you know, going to be driving back and forth Pac-Man style all day. Apart from anything, to be honest, there's not really all that much to hit. Class A Cornate asks, early in March 1943, a decisive battle, or Kantai Kessen, the Japanese have the Fuso, Yamashiro, Nagato, Mutsu, Yamato, and Musashi. So, okay, 6 capital ships, including the 2 Yamatos. The Americans have the Indiana, Washington, Colorado, Maryland, all 3 New Mexicos, the Pennsylvania, and the Nevada. So 7 old ships and 2 new ones. Who wins, assuming the battle's taking place in a vacuum for simplicity? Oh, okay, so in a vacuum, so no supporting elements, no cruisers, no destroyers, just that. Well, if we're assuming a very vacuum, so let's say daylight calm engagements to avoid shenanigans around, you know, radar and all of that. Well, that's an interesting one, because I mean, I think it's going to depend on who gets engaged by the Yamatos, because Fuso and Yamashiro, I mean, they can play off against New Mexico's Pennsylvania or Nevada, but you know, 1-on-1, they're a reasonable match, but it's not a 1-on-1, it's a 5v2. Colorado and Maryland versus Nagato and Mutsu. Nagato and Mutsu have a maneuverability advantage because they're faster, but they are less well protected. So in a straight-up slugging match, I'd put my money on Colorado and Maryland. Indiana and Washington should, in theory, lose to Yamato and Musashi. But this is assuming that they all line up in everyone line up in age order and fight your approximate peers, which is not necessarily very likely to happen. If it does somehow go that way, then Yamato and Musashi should probably finish off Indiana and Washington. Yes, they will take damage. Nagato and Mutsu, Colorado, Maryland, that battle's probably still going to be ongoing with the Japanese losing slightly, at which point Yamato and Musashi can tip the tide and take them on as well. But Fuso and Yamashiro are going to be long dead. There's no way that you could do a 5v2 for very, very long. At which point you would have a damaged Nagato and Mutsu and a damaged Yamato and Musashi against probably all 5 of the 14-inch ships. I mean, in theory, the Japanese might be able to pull that off because Nagato and Mutsu and Yamato and Musashi are technically superior to the standards, the 14-inch standards. But with the amount of damage they may well have taken, that may be enough to claw things back for the Americans just through sheer weight of fire. And that's assuming you don't get, lucky hits smashing up, say, fire-controlled systems on Yamato and Musashi. So, yeah, that I would say, in that case, a narrow US win. Weirdly enough, even though it would probably result in more US losses, if it's a more mixed bag engagement where people are just engaging whoever's nearest, that probably actually would work out better for the US because Indiana and Washington are, to varying degrees, considerably more powerful than Nagato, Mutsu, Fuso, and Yamashiro. So if the two more modern US battleships get to take on one of the 4 older Japanese battleships, that then, while Yamato and Musashi will probably make relatively short work of 2 or 3 of the older US ships, they will obviously still be taking damage in exchange and potentially be being shot at by more than one ship at a time, which means that the other US ships can probably finish off whichever ones of the other 4 that Indiana and Washington aren't engaging, which would mean that Yamato and Musashi, as I said, will probably kill 2 or 3 of the older ships, but then they would be damaged and facing off against the other survivors, plus a, relatively speaking, intact Indiana and Washington, which is a battle they're far more likely to lose. So either way, it would probably go to the US Navy's way, albeit the sort of everyone line up in age order might, if Yamato and Musashi get lucky, potentially, in an outside case, go the Japan's way, but not likely. More super chats have arrived. Okay, this is going to be fun. Andrew Schmidt asks, do you have a favourite model that you have built? Yes, but it's not a... It's weirdly enough not a, if you like, period warship. The favourite model I've probably built is my super scale Space Marine strike cruiser, which is like this big. Literally, it's like a foot and a half long. Will Pat asks, just wondering if there was any luck on finding the answer to my Drydock question about the sacrifices made from going from the Mark II to the lighter and smaller Mark VII on the Iowas. I think I either answered that in a recent Drydock or if I didn't, still ongoing. But it is either recently answered or definitely still on my radar. So I'm going to do 3 more super chats, and then I think the others have arrived after I started doing the super chat. So I need to get the Drydock 291 questions done. So Princeps Tyrus Rex asks, I'm writing a book about a World War II ship travelling to 1760, and am I... What's going on? I'm spinning, but I've got excellent connection. Okay, sorry, could someone in chat let me know, am I actually there? Because Studio is saying I have excellent connection. XSplit is saying that I am still streaming with 0 dropped frames, but I am spinning on supposed live. Okay, Fortune Fleet of Oceans is saying, okay, you can still hear me. Okay, it's just a muck up in Studio. Right, okay, cool. Right, where were we? So yes, Prince of Tyros Rex. I'm writing a book about a World War II ship traveling to 1760. I don't want to use a destroyer, but a battleship would be very hard to maintain. What kind of warship should I use? I mean, in 1760, it's going to break down one way or another. Sooner or later. I mean, you could be, if you still want to have an advantage, you could do something really sneaky, like one of the big tall ship training ships, you know, that were built in the latter part of the 19th century. That would be an interesting thing, because the steel wouldn't be replaceable, but you could, it's then broadly sail powered, so you could actually maintain that, and they would be still considerably more powerful than anything else if you armed them in the 1760s. But if you want to use an actual proper World War II warship, and it's not going to be a destroyer or a battleship, problem with cruisers use high power machinery, so they'll probably break down fairly soon. I almost want to go with a carrier, but maintaining the air group and so forth would be very difficult. But then the sheer amount of volume in a carrier would be quite handy. I think in terms of just complete disruption to the timeline and amusement value, I'd actually probably end up, I think I would go for a carrier. Because of the implications of, you know, aircraft tech and all of that would be considerably more interesting, I think. Or you could go with a Panzerschiff, a Deutschland class, because it's designed for extreme long range travel. It's got a fuel refining plant on board, and it's designed to use diesel anyway, so in theory you could run it off of oil, the vegetable oils that you could in theory find in 1760, although we'd find them in enough volume, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, any World War II warship is going to be a pig to maintain, but that probably would be the one I would go for if you really want to keep them running for any realistic length of time. Ed Schaller asks, you get a call from Denmark and the LEGO group wants you to design a model of a battleship. Your choice of which one and how big. Would you be interested? Which ship and how detailed would it be? Well, I mean, you've got like all the Kobe series, so that I wouldn't do any of the ships that have already been done in the Kobe series. Although I probably would go for something around the same size, or maybe actually no. No, considering the size of like the Venator and the Imperial Star Destroyer in the collector's editions and the X-Wing, I might actually go for something a bit bigger. So maybe something, what you're approaching the order of 4 feet, maybe a bit more. I think at that point I'd probably go for a Nelson class in the collector's edition, just because I really like them, and they'd be very unique. Or alternatively, if you want to do something really fun and weird, and they don't want to do a specific historical ship because for whatever reason, then go for its predecessor, a G3 class, because that would be nice and wacky and weird compared to standard fore and aft armed ships. Will Pat asks, some World War II era battleships started to get the weight savings of not mounting their armor belts on backing plates. Why did no one have their armor decks be one piece of armor instead of laminate? Most deck armor, if you're being honest about evaluating it, is one piece of armor. Technically, almost all deck armor is laminate because it's an armor plate placed on top of some other steel plate, but that's because it's placed on top of the normal deck plating for that deck, and it's not really easy. You can't really get away from that because although you do have the US ships using STS steel, broadly speaking, construction steel that you use for deck plating, it has different properties and needs different properties compared to armor plate, at which point it is going to have to be separate to a degree. Obviously, some people do incorporate the deck plating thickness into the overall thickness of the armor deck. I tend not to, just to be a little bit on the conservative side, and because of usually the slightly different material properties of the two bits of armor, which at that point, as I said, does make it a single thickness rather than relying on a laminate. So that brings us up to 19 of the super chats. So there's 5 more after that, but I'm going to switch over to the 291 questions. Wherever they've gone, here they are. Because there's quite a few of these. So we'll try and get through those. I mean, what's the time? We're coming up on 2 hours. That's not too bad. I really wish I knew what was going on with Studio. Hopefully the chat's working. Because at the moment, ever since Studio started mucking up, I can only see what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 questions. I'm going to hit refresh. I'll hit refresh just to see if the Studio will reload. I don't know what effect that's going to have on the stream, but let's find out. No, that's not good. Okay, so that's very weird. Apparently I'm still there, even though YouTube Studio has completely packed up for me. Okay, well, I will try and get that working again at some point. I'll occasionally be hitting refresh. But we shall see. Anyway, while I'm apparently still working, let's get on with 291 questions. Denios Medeiros Jr. asks, you're in command of the High Seas Fleet. You completed the Battle of Jutland as described in your live stream of 30th of November 2023. Wow, that was a while ago. How do you maximise this historic achievement for the High Seas Fleet and for the Empire overall? And what does the British government and the Royal Navy do with regard to political fallout and military operations? I.e., does Gallipoli happen? What happens to Jellicoe? If two Queen Elizabeths are lost with the 5th Battle Squadron broadly annihilated and all the stragglers you bag in the night action, do they put the blame solely on him and hold a court-martial? Do you manage to save Lutzow, but perhaps she's in the same shape as Seydlitz? I mean, Lutzow might still be around, considering she lost a fight to Invincible, but that's with the Grand Fleet. I mean, with most of the problems being with Beatty and he's dead, Jellicoe can't really be criticised too badly, if I'm remembering that situation correctly. The larger problem is going to be that you need at least one more big engagement against the Grand Fleet to cripple it to the point that you can actually then break the blockade, because that is the main thing that you need to do, is break the blockade. If you can't break the blockade, everything else is pretty much pointless. So it'll be a case of, can you put together enough of your own fleet again to break that blockade, and will the British actually come out and fight you for it, or will they sit back and either build more ships, bring more ships out of Drydock, and how long before the Americans get involved as well? I mean, I suppose you could try and force an engagement by attacking the blockade line itself, but you'd have to turn things around fairly quickly, I think, on that. If the gods had meant us to be happy, you would have given us a honey-based alcoholic beverage. Oluk Mead asks. I'm just going to read through this quickly and then summarize it. So, following the Anglo-German Naval Treaty, the Danish government gets non-aggression pacts out of everybody and pays for a considerable Danish fleet built in non-European yards. In the case of a major European land war where if any of the powers would attack Denmark, it would join the other powers at war with the invading power. And let's say they get 2 treaty-compliant battleships, 4 10,000-ton heavy cruisers, 8 8,000-ton light cruisers, and basically 3 flotillas of large destroyers. And these ships are stationed in the various colonies in the North Atlantic, which at the time would have been the Faroes, Iceland, and Greenland. Assuming a second major European land war shapes out like the Great War to begin with, and in case of war with Germany, we want the fleet to join with the Royal Navy in the blockade, and in the case of war with Britain, we want the fleet to be able to conduct commerce raiding. What would these designs look like? Okay, well, a 2,000-ton destroyer is not treaty compliant, but a 2,000-ton destroyer built overseas, mostly is indicating the US Bureau of Construction Repairs, that's basically Fletchers. Albeit it's a little bit early for the Fletchers. So, Fletcher-esque ships? I mean, there's nothing, strictly speaking, stopping the US from designing a Fletcher or Fletcher-alike ship somewhat earlier. They've got the 5-inch 38, they've got the machinery, they just weren't building destroyers at quite that size in the mid-1930s. So yeah, you could get a Fletcher or similar. For a 10,000-ton heavy cruiser, I mean, you could get a variation on Wichita, maybe one that doesn't have quite as many top top weight issues. I'd be loath to have a twin instead of a triple on the super firing mount. But, I mean, if it's for Denmark, you could maybe save weight a little bit on fuel. But most of that weight's down below. But then if you weren't necessarily going to be as long range because you're in the Atlantic, you might be able to cut down on some of the superstructure to save weight and maybe only have one aircraft launcher. So yeah, some variant on the Wichita. 2 treaty-compliant 35,000-ton battleships in the middle of the 1930s is basically going to be North Carolina's. Although, given that we're talking about maybe slightly earlier, that would, I mean, selling warships to somebody else at this scale would also be a breaking of the treaty, but, you know, we'll handwave that away. Being that it's slightly earlier, you might get the quad 14-inch version, the original planned North Carolinas. Those would be fun. So what's called, I think, the Florida in World of Warships. The treaty-compliant 8,000-ton light cruisers is probably the difficult one because there's not really that much in the arsenal for the US to draw on for that, except for maybe the Atlantas, and they're a little bit on the small side. I mean, maybe a mini Brooklyn with 3 triples, so 9 guns. That might work. Ooh. A slightly reduced Brooklyn that keeps the 3 triples up front and just has somewhat extensive air handling facilities on the stern. That might be fun. Sage of Irrelevance asks, I've heard from Dr. Alexander Clark that at the beginning of... Hello. Okay. Studio's back. Apparently it was the Firefox tab crashing. Right. Oh, well, there we go. All is right with the world. Anyway, Sage of Irrelevance said, I've heard from Dr. Alexander Clark that at the beginning of Churchill's premiership, he ordered a pause on capital ship and carrier construction to focus on building escorts, and that this pause lasted for about 6 months. Yeah, that's pretty much what stopped the Lions. How would the naval war have been affected if Churchill hadn't ordered this pause and capital ship and carrier construction had proceeded as scheduled? Well, you would have got the Implacables, Implacable and Indefatigable out a little bit sooner. That doesn't really change the war in Europe all that much because they're a little bit late to the party anyway, but it would perhaps mean that, say, the British Pacific Fleet would start off with both of the Implacables around rather than just the one. I don't think it really affects the construction of the Audaciouses or the Majestics and Colossuses because that's all afterwards. The pause on battleship construction would have more of an effect. I mean, you will still have things like labour shortages and so forth, which might cause a prioritisation or diversion of resources, but you would get Vanguard, Lion and Temeraire in service for World War II. Because that, I mean, Lion and Temeraire were projected before they were cancelled to come in 43. So, I mean, Turbits are still going to be bombed, so they're not going to get a chance to have a shot at the German capital ships. But Lion and Temeraire might very well, and probably Vanguard, might well be the battleships deployed to the British Pacific Fleet, either instead of or as well as King George V and Howe and later Anson and so forth. Yeah, I mean, you could maybe construct a hypothetical timeline where Lion is rushed and is a little bit rushed and just about gets in service by the end of 43 and somehow takes Duke of York's place for the Battle of North Cape, but that would really be pushing it. So yeah, it's mostly affecting the British Pacific Fleet because that's when the ships are going to really be ready. The interesting thing, of course, is Vanguard won't have quite the same redesigns, etc., and emerge as the post-war ship that she does, especially with regards to anti-aircraft guns. But those could be refitted later. The more interesting thing, of course, is that it leaves you with Lion, Temeraire, maybe Conqueror and Thunderer, although I'd be less likely for those. But you definitely have Lion, Temeraire, and Vanguard going into the Cold War, which leaves you with an interesting choice because Vanguard would be slightly larger, but slightly less well protected and slightly less heavily armed, which then means which, if any, battleships the British keep around. The King George V's might go into deep reserve a lot faster because you have more powerful ships to call on. Yeah, that would be an interesting one. Which of Lion, Temeraire, and Vanguard stick around to the 50s? Elliot W. James asks, in 1903-1904, relations between Germany and Russia appear to have been friendly. What would happen to the Russo-Japanese War if the 2nd Pacific Squadron had moved east before hostilities? Would this have been enough to prevent hostilities, or would the Russians lose 4 of their 5 Borodino-class battleships earlier? I don't think it's going to stop the hostilities. It might make the Japanese pause for thought a little bit, but bear in mind the Japanese also have more battleships at the start because they lose a bunch to mines, and they're thinking, surprise attack on Port Arthur. It's now an even more target-rich environment. The bigger problem I could see there potentially would be I don't think Port Arthur's big enough. If you've got the original Pacific Squadron and 2nd Pacific Squadron all rocking up in Port Arthur, that's going to be one heck of a crowded anchorage, which means that although there would be more ships, it would also mean that when the Japanese arrive, there's just a lot more people to hit with their torpedoes. Although the overall fleet matchup would be a lot, well, the Russians would theoretically actually have an advantage there, but yeah, I don't think it would prevent hostilities, but it might make the Japanese really lean into the Port Arthur attack wholesale. So maybe not just a surprise torpedo attack, they might go for a larger surprise torpedo attack backed up by hitting it with their fleet as well. Because if they can bottle up the Russians long enough for them to get their siege artillery in, as they did historically, then it's all over actually much easier than Tsushima. The big question, of course, is when you get the historical Russian breakout that doesn't quite work after the Japanese fleet has been attritioned a little bit by mines. Theoretically, they have more ships now, which means their breakout could go a lot better, especially since if the 2nd Pacific Squadron has had some time in the east, they might have, sorted out some of their maneuvering and so forth issues that really hampered them at Tsushima, plus hopefully giving them a bit of a scrub down so they're not covered in coal dust. Todd Webb, I've always thought a hypothetical if Bismarck was actually efficient with the saved weight from the turtle deck placed into armour and an all-or-nothing armour scheme sounds remarkably similar to Vanguard. Yeah, pretty much. So how do you think a redesigned to be efficient Bismarck would fare versus a hypothetically completed during the war Vanguard? it's an interesting one because their capabilities are so similar and their displacements are so similar. I think it would be close enough to come down to luck of the draw, because theoretically Bismarck's guns are a bit more powerful, but Vanguard shells are a bit more reliable, and of course, if it is an actual war, Vanguard is designed to use superchargers, so she might be using superchargers at 30-degree elevation. And I think if Vanguard had been completed during the war, so actually, referring back to the question we answered slightly earlier about that, if Bismarck survives long enough for Vanguard to come into service, Vanguard is probably going to be a generation ahead on radar, and she is going to have Admiralty Fire Control Table 10, which is considerably more advanced than Bismarck. So if she's using superchargers in her 15-inch guns, and she's got the Admiralty Fire Control Table Mark 10, and late war radar, although Bismarck might have been refitted with some of the Germans' own later war fire control systems, I think Vanguard would probably just about have an edge. The Fire Control Table Mark 10 is quite a considerable advantage. There's not really a huge amount that would change between, let's say, a Vanguard in 1944 and Vanguard immediately post-war, when she does a rather pointed demonstration against a Bismarck-sized target at the range that Bismarck was engaged at Denmark Strait, and nails her with a first salvo hit. So yeah, I would say advantage Vanguard, mostly because she's far more likely to start landing hits early on in the engagement. Cody Phillips says, if someone in Germany had decided in 1936 that in the next 5 years they wanted a battle cruiser that could go at 32 knots and had diesel propulsion, and all the other design requirements were subordinate to this, do you think such a vessel could have been built? And what might the practical realities of a ship that big being diesel powered be? I mean, yeah, you look at the O-type battle cruisers and so forth. It's certainly possible. The ship would be quite large. Obviously square cube law being your friend there, getting the amount of energy you need out of your diesels. So probably a ship with 6 15-inch guns, 3 twin turrets, but probably pushing 40,000 tons displacement. That would certainly give you the volume you need. So it would be somewhat under-armed for its size, but it could be done. Sure. It would go down as yet another reasonably powerful and certainly a threat, but hilariously inefficient German ships. At 40,000 tons with that armament, though, it's going to be big. It's going to be really big. You could fit a big secondary battery on that. Although, given that it's probably supposed to be a long-distance commerce raiding battle cruiser, I suspect they might actually put in quite considerable air facilities, maybe 4 to 6 aircraft and so forth. Michael Gilson asks, for high-caliber naval gunfire support, ocean-going monitors seem to be a more efficient use of resources, particularly manpower, and the Indian Ocean operation show they were surprisingly survivable. However, they're also the kind of one-trick ponies that don't lead to a long service life. How would you design an immediate post-World War II monitor with enough roles to ensure long service without losing the manpower advantage? Ooh, that's a difficult one. I think if I'm going to design a post-World War II monitor in the classic sense, see it's difficult because the problem is if you make them as slow as monitors are historically, which in part is thanks to the massive bulging for their torpedo defenses, you're going to end up with a ship that very rapidly loses its kind of multi-purpose long service capabilities. Although Erebus and Terek were kept around for quite a while, simply because of its lack of speed. If you make it faster, you increase the amount of crew you need for that machinery, and then you're losing the manpower advantage of ocean-going monitors. But you need the speed. How would you do this? Because the other problem is you've got his anti-aircraft guns. You're going post World War II. You're going to need a lot of them, and that's going to put your manpower requirements up as well. Okay, I think possibly a way to square that particular circle would be to take a hull like Des Moines class, beef up its torpedo protection. You're going to lose a bit of speed as a result of that, but you're probably going to then drop into the high 20s of knots. And replace, if you're going to go heavy gun monitor, replace all the forward turrets, so the forward twin 5-inch 38 and the 888, with a pair of, well, it's the US at that point, so a pair of 16-inch. And you would eliminate, being given its post-war, the 20mm and 40mm installations, perhaps even eliminate the 5-inch 38s and just go with a bunch of 3-inch 50 autoloaders, eliminate the aft turret completely, and just have a big flight deck back there. So that would give you a somewhat slower than the fleet, but not massively, ocean-going monitor with a bunch of torpedo defense, a relatively decent anti-aircraft defense, and a lot of space aft, which would initially be perhaps good for helicopter operations, especially with that drop-down hangar deck that they've got aft. And with all that space at the back, going in for a longer service life, that would be a place you could put an awful lot of missiles, for example. Nath Hong Sharon asks, can you give a brief biography of Admiral Cochrane? Well, you'll be glad to know I have tentative plans for a Wednesday video for Admiral Cochrane at some point in the first half of next year. When exactly, I'm not sure. It depends on when I get finished with my one on Admiral Hawke, which looks to be turning into a mini series of its own, but I want to wrap up one or two of the other mini series first, like Admiral Spruance's one. ACC asks, ignoring reverse engineering and scientific achievement considerations, if you could take any one fully armed and supplied World War II ship and put it into service for the British or German navies at the start of World War I, I was a fully supplied and armed World War II ship, which ship would have the biggest impact? So we're ignoring the reverse engineering scientific advancement considerations. One fully armed and supplied World War II ship. What would be the biggest impact? Not a battleship. And not even a sub or cruiser. It's going to be an aircraft carrier. And the Germans don't have any aircraft carriers, so that means it's going to be a British one. Fully armed and supplied World War II ship, yeah, implacable at that point. Either implacable or Ark Royal, but implacable is the slightly more modern one. So you put implacable into service in her 1945 British Pacific Fleet configuration. So you'd have aircraft with air-to-surface radar. You'd have highly capable monoplane fighters. Avengers and Barracudas with torpedoes, and radio communication, homing beacons, etc. One ship is not going to break the U-boats, but the Germans don't really have any way to stop you taking the ship with a Grand Fleet or battle cruiser fleet escort. sailing down the North Sea a little bit and then launching 2-3 dozen strike aircraft to essentially Pearl Harbor the high seas fleet whenever, pretty much at will. And if the high seas fleet does sail, you can spot them day or night with air to surface radar, track them, tell everyone where they are, launch a big airstrike on them, and finish them off with the conventional ships. Plus, it would be really hilarious to see, a Seafire or Corsair squadron detached from Implacable to go and fight on the Western Front against a bunch of triplanes and biplanes. It would be cruel and unusual, but it'd be very funny. I mean, heck, at that point, even the Avengers are so ridiculously superior, they could just kind of cruise by with their turret guns. Dahak, if the British somehow build a clone of the King George V class at the same as their first time building the Queen Elizabeth, i.e. in 1914, with 14-inch guns and 2 quads and a twin, 1914 era propulsion, but in the same engineering space, 1914 5-inch guns, or maybe the 5.5-inch guns from the Greek ships, the Greek cruisers, in high elevation twin turrets, 1914 rangefinders and so on. How does this ship perform in the First World War, and how does she perform in the Second? Well, if it's a 35,000 tonner, it's by far the biggest ship on the planet. With that engineering space, it's the speed drop is, that's an interesting one. See, the power drop would be quite considerable, even if you went with an oil-fired power plant like Queen Elizabeth's. But the amount of power you need for lower speeds also drops off quite considerably. So you would probably end up with maybe a 24-25 knot ship, so something broadly similar in speed to the Queen Elizabeth's, but with 10 14-inch guns instead of 8 15-inch guns. They're obviously incredibly heavily protected. They've got torpedo defenses that pretty much no World War I torpedo is going to be able to breach. So you've kind of got 5th Battle Squadron, but better, which is going to lead to the rather interesting conundrum of what do you do with when BT sends 3rd Battlecruiser Squadron up north? Do you send the 5th Battle Squadron down, or do you send this theoretical 6th Battle Squadron down to relieve them? And how does that impact at Jutland? I mean, they're going to do really well at anyway. They're bigger than and more heavily protected than everybody else's ships. And if it is, a King George V clone just with 1914 engineering spaces and so forth, they might actually do better than they did historically in the Second World War, because you can refit them with modern propulsion, which will push them up to 28 knots. And if they're being modernized rather than built new, that means they're probably going to get the 4.5-inch pancakes instead of the 5.25s, which overall would actually give them better anti-aircraft performance. And of course, they're going to, I mean, they'd be a bit old, but they would be experienced ships with Cruz and all their machinery issues worked out, rather than Prince of Wales running along with dockyard workers, etc., etc. And what influence they might have further down the line with the Royal Navy having experience with working quadruple turrets. I think broadly speaking, they'd actually probably do slightly better than the historic King George V's, simply because of their earlier introduction. If they've still got the same hull lines and everything, getting them up to speed won't be too much of a problem. Graham William Kidd asks, I've just watched the 5-minute guides on the F2 and F3 battle cruisers. At the end, you briefly discuss what if they'd replaced Nelson and Rodney. Can you expand a bit on the Butterfly's course? Which few individual battles would be most changed, or which battles might now occur that did not, or those that did that now won't? So if you've got, let's say, F3 battle cruisers, so 29 knotter, 3 triple 15-inch guns, still pretty decent armour. The most obvious battle that comes to mind is when Rodney tried to chase down Gneisenau and couldn't, but almost did. Now, not Rodney, or let's say still Rodney perhaps, definitely can chase down Gneisenau. I mean, Gneisenau overall will still be fractionally quicker, but in this scenario, Rodney's going to chase down Gneisenau before she can work up to speed, so the Germans will be down one of the Scharnhorsts circa Operation Berlin at the very least. But at the same time, there is also a possibility that actually Rodney might not be there at all, because as a 29-knot fast capital ship, she's probably not going to be stuck on convoy escort duty. She'll be with the home fleet, which, I mean, early on home fleet engagements, not really all that much to write home about because there aren't any. But again, Nelson and Rodney not going to be deployed on convoy escort duty, but almost certainly deployed with the home fleet, which means that F3 Rodney probably will be with the home fleet, either when Bismarck sails. So at that point, if you've got two additional fast capital ships, Hood again might get some relief and get to go off and get refitted. So instead of, or in addition to Hood, when the Bismarck battle takes place. The other interesting factor, of course, might be their deployment. They might be deployed to the Mediterranean, because they still have the armor and the firepower to stand up to the Italian ships, especially before the Littorios rock up. And combined with renown, that might actually give Cunningham a fast capital ship force that can chase down and force the Italian, Devors and Duilios to engage or run away. And of course, if Cunningham actually then has Nelson and Rodney and possibly renown to his name, or Force H does, then maybe they're not up in the home fleet when Bismarck comes out, because perhaps Hood and King George V are still, and Prince of Wales when she arrives, are still thought to be adequate. So yeah, they would either be with the home fleet and therefore fight Bismarck, or they would be in Force H or Cunningham's force and therefore fight a bunch of battles in the Mediterranean with the Italians. Because they'd either be hoovering up Italian cruisers or facing off against Italian battleships. Patrick Donnelly asks, building off the Royal Australian Navy fleet carrier scenario from Drydock Livestream 261 to 266, if at least one of those carriers survived until 1944, it could find itself in a three-way struggle between the Royal Navy and the Eastern Fleet, later the British Pacific Fleet, demands from MacArthur for its use in 7th Fleet in the drive toward the Philippines, and Nimitz wanting it for Task Force 38-58 in the Central Pacific. Which of these parties would get the carrier? If it's around in 44, then initially probably it's going to be operating with 3rd-5th Fleet in the Central Pacific, because that makes the most logical sense. Yeah, MacArthur might want it, but he's not getting it. But towards the end of 1944, it still is the Royal Australian Navy, which means that as the British Pacific Fleet is formed, and probably not necessarily for the attacks on Surabaya at first, but certainly once the British Pacific Fleet rocks up in Sydney and then heads off for its initial strikes in support of the Okinawa campaign, I think at that point the Australian ship will probably head from 3rd and 5th, or well, at that point 5th Fleet, over to join the British Pacific Fleet. Brian W. asks, in Drydock episode 281 part 1, you talked about what options Jellicoe might have had if Beatty had done his job properly. On a similar note, I understand during the night action several of the fleet's destroyers were in contact with the High Seas Fleet but failed to report it. If Jellicoe had received contact reports and locations that night, what would his likely response be? And is it true he was reluctant to engage in night action? Yes, he was reluctant to engage in a night action on 3 broad grounds. One, he knew that the Germans were trained in night fighting better than his ships were at the time. 2, the the way night actions would have worked in World War One potentially could have minimized his numerical advantage, because it would be a bunch of more localized engagements where the Germans might achieve local superiority. Historically, that's probably not likely because they're very strung out at that point, but of course Jellicoe doesn't know that at the time. And also because it's going to be a short range engagement, because you're talking about searchlights and so forth, that doesn't necessarily work too well in Jellicoe's favor, because the Germans broadly are, well, entirely are 11 12-inch gun armed. At longer ranges, Jellicoe's ships actually have, especially as battleships, actually have a fairly decent amount of protection against those guns, and German protection against the 13.5-inch and 15-inch shells, certainly, and to a lesser extent the 12-inch shells, at least assuming when the fuses work properly, is not as great despite their thicker armour. In a close-range engagement, everyone can hurt each other pretty much equally. So yeah, Jellicoe is not really going to want to engage in a night action all that much. But if the destroyers in the back of the Grand Fleet actually turn around and say, hey, we're fighting the High Seas Fleet, they're coming through, we're spotting all these ships, then Jellicoe is going to go, oh, okay, they're heading for Horn's Reef. The Grand Fleet heads for Horn's Reef. The Grand Fleet is faster than the High Seas Fleet. Grand Fleet sets up, and then come dawn, a battered, strung-out High Seas Fleet is facing a, relatively speaking, fresh Grand Fleet, blocking its way home, with the sun coming up behind the Grand Fleet, so the German gunners would be dazzled and their ships would be highlighted against a dark background. That's not ending well for the High Seas Fleet. Although the interesting question would be at that point, given how many torpedoes both sides' destroyers have fired, does anybody actually have any torpedoes left to fire at this point? I suspect possibly there might be a few more British destroyers with torpedoes available than the Germans, considering how many torpedoes Scheer used to cover his escapes. Alternate historian Turtleduck. The Yamato class are famous for being the biggest and most heavily armed battleships ever to sail the seas, but they're also famous for not doing all that much. When and where, in your opinion, should the Imperial Japanese Navy have deployed their warships to cause the greatest harm to the US Navy? With hindsight, although given the fuel and doctrinal requirements, you can understand why they perhaps didn't at the time, but with hindsight, the best place to deploy the Yamatos to do maximum damage would have been in the Guadalcanal campaign. Simply because you can look at the damage that the Japanese did with 8-inch guns and 14-inch guns on Henderson Field. Obviously, the 14-inch guns were more effective, and then if you drop 18-inch or 18.1-inch guns in, they could do potentially a lot more damage to Henderson Field. Plus, I suppose at that point you could use the 666s to do some additional damage. And I mean, Yamato and Musashi instead of Hiei and Kirishima at the first big night action, or Yamato instead of, I mean, it's unlikely that Yamato or Musashi will go the way of Hiei, but Yamato and or Musashi in the second night action, that's going to hurt a heck of a lot more than Congos would. And to be honest, at that stage in the war, assuming they're taking the place of the Congos, and assuming Henderson Field is anything other than a smoking crater, even then, the Americans don't really have the concentration of airborne firepower needed to take them down, especially considering that the Japanese at this point still have a somewhat functional carrier arm. So yeah, the Guadalcanal campaign, in hindsight, would be where you'd want to deploy the Yamatos. I mean, it's a high-risk operation, but high risk, high rewards, potentially. Alec Huby asks, it's 1925 and you're First Lord of the Admiralty / Secretary of the Navy to a newly unified Scandinavian Empire. The Emperor of Scandinavia has commanded you to build a navy to control the Baltic and North Sea, and has said that expense is of no concern, but the main enemies he has in mind are a socialist France and Soviet alliance. Okay. What do you do? Be very confused, because if you want to control the North Sea, that means you have to theoretically take control of the Royal Navy, and there's no way a unified Scandinavian Empire actually has the money to do that in 1925. But if we dial back those intentions and say we want a navy that can fight for the North Sea against the Marine Nationale and can fight in the Baltic against the Soviet alliance, that's potentially more doable, because the Soviets just have some Ganguts and the French have some Britannias at the upper end of things. Ben, I suppose. I mean, how much money can a unified Scandinavian empire come up with is the other big question. I mean, assuming this alternate history means that there isn't the naval treaty system, because the naval treaty system stops me from going and buying battleships from other people. So assuming that I can buy battleships from other people, which I'm going to have to, at least initially, because I don't have yards capable of making them, I'm going to look into the most economical battleships that I can get. But again, since the biggest threat I have to worry about is Britannias and Ganguts, I don't have to go all singing, all dancing, all out. What would I want? I would probably, at that point, actually want speed as well as firepower and obviously protection. So my inclination would potentially be to see about buying a F3 diminutive off the British. 96831, we've got, after this question, we've got 3 questions from the Drydock 291, and then catching up on super chats, and then it's questions from chat. So yeah, without Kirby's question, given potential cost constraints, I would go possibly for an F3 diminutive, so 2 triple 15-inch, and otherwise, 29 knots armor as per F3. That's going to be more than enough to deal with Britannias and Ganguts, and because it'll be a bit smaller, because I've only got 2 main turrets, I've got my 6 guns, so I've got my decent salvo size, I can actually potentially order a reasonable number of them. Cruiser-wise, where am I going to go? Not going to get Hawkins. The Japanese probably won't sell them to me, but I mean, 25, that's the start of the vaguely treaty-ish era ships, so I suppose I could get some heavy cruisers. Although, again, Soviet and French cruiser forces, do I need 7.5 and 8-inch cruisers? Probably not. Who's building twin turret ships? Well, the Germans aren't being allowed with Emden. The British won't until Enterprise shows that it's a good idea. The Americans have got some smaller twin turrets on the Omahas, I guess, so I'd maybe turn around to the Americans for... I think I'd turn around to the Americans for not an Omaha. Dial the speed back a little bit. More turreted guns, please. So essentially inventing the light cruiser, because I don't need the heavies. And again, light cruiser, smaller, I can get more of them. Shallower draft for my literal combat scenarios. And heck, for destroyers, I'd just say buy a few Wix class or Wix derivatives, because they're still pretty much top dog in the mid-1920s as far as destroyers go. Yeah, so maybe an advanced Wix type, Wix or Clemson type. So, heavy torpedo armament, 12 to 1300 ton displacement, 4 guns, either 4.7 or 5-inch. And yeah, that will give me a reasonable high-speed formation, more than capable of dealing with the French or Soviet navies, and also fast enough that I can redeploy from the Baltic to the North Sea, not necessarily at will, but certainly relatively quickly. Also invest in enhancing the canal system so I don't have to go all the way around the southern tip of Sweden. Hugh Fisher. Drydock Live 261 to 266 established 1922 as the year for the Australians to start invading their neighbours, but not at good odds. How practical would it be for the Emu-topian regime to build up a navy by offering generous fees for the right to scrap ships from other powers post-World War I or post-Washington, but then keeping them instead? Delays in scrapping for the initial purposes would be explained away by technical difficulties or koalas on the slipways. I don't think it would be particularly practical because most of the ships that are going to be going to scrapping are older ships, which means A, they're less powerful, and B, they're worn out. And then you're also going to end up with a real hodgepodge of weird and wonderful shipping that is going to be an absolute pain to maintain. I mean, the best you could probably hope for would be to pick up the Orions and then the King George V's as the Nelsons come online, because they're at least relatively modern. They're the most modern ships and the most heavily armed ships that are going to be scrapped at that point. Maybe pick up Princess Royal at the same time for a battle cruiser, and they're all 13.5-inch ships. You know, that's about the best you can hope for, but you're also still getting those ships in a world where 15 and 16-inch guns are a thing, and they're still somewhat war-worn. So yeah, that would be your best hope for building a navy out of scraps. And given that you're Australia, you might get, or Emu-topia, you might get favourable terms off the British for buying them. But it's still not necessarily a particularly brilliant idea. Mike Lima said 777. What if the 10th destroyer flotilla, circa the Battle of Ushant, so that's the madcap tribal class with occasional Polish guests, was teleported next to Taffy 3 during the Battle of Samar? How much worse will it be for Centre Force? Well, they're all fleet destroyers, which is, you know, so not destroyer escorts. They've got radar, they've got pretty decent guns, in fact arguably potentially slightly better anti-surface weapons. Their disadvantage, of course, is the tribals have fewer torpedoes, but, you know, at that point Centre Force is faced with even more mad destroyers with a, you know, hell-bent on the destruction of anything larger than themselves, and a few things that are smaller. So more targets to go for. I think Centre Force probably loses another ship or two. I mean, Johnston, Hoel, and 10th Destroyer Flotilla all going hell for leather. I'm pretty sure they could close down at least one hapless Japanese capital ship and catch it in a crossfire of torpedoes, if they don't just decide that, you know, rampaging through cruisers and the occasional Japanese destroyer flotilla is to their tastes. I mean, they are still, let's face it, hilariously outgunned, and will probably eventually all get gunned down in one way, shape or form, but they are going to do a heck of a lot of damage on the way out. Tankax asks, if the Italians went through with their planned sortie against the Salerno landings, what do you think would be the outcome? My research indicated that the balance of forces was actually considerably more balanced than you might expect, so I'm curious to hear your thoughts on it. It would be a very, very interesting and vicious struggle. The single biggest problem that the Italians would have is not so much in terms of the capital ship exchange, it's the smaller craft, the destroyers and cruisers. The Allies would have considerably more of those available to call up, and of course considerable air power, you know, more than enough to overwhelm any Regia Aeronautica air support that might be offered. So although the straight up battle line engagement on paper could be very dicey, I think it would be a case of, well, the Allies don't have to fight fair, and they've got enough small craft and aircraft to hit, assuming they see the Italian deployment occur, to hit the Italian fleet as it comes in with a lot of firepower to attrition them down and therefore reduce them to a point where the battle line engagement isn't quite as fair as it otherwise would be. And of course, the big difference at that point comes down to who do they hit and how badly, because picking off some Cavours and Duilios, it will make the battle a lot easier, the final gun battle, but the Littorios are still a pretty nasty threat. Whereas if they manage to attrition down one or more of the Littorios, that makes the final battle a heck of a lot easier. And also, how are they doing it? Do they move forward to try and aim for a night engagement to exploit the radar advantage that the Allies have? I mean, it's relatively short range, so can they even do that? But I mean, the most favourable engagement for the Allies would be to hit the Italians with a big airstrike in an evening, then hit them with a early night hours destroyer torpedo strike attack, and then hit them in the early morning hours with radar guided battleships and cruisers and destroyers in support. Whereas the flip side would be the Italians somehow pull this off as a sneak attack and rock up early morning, so it's an all-day daylight action, pretty much straight up with the Allied battle line, with Allied lighter ships trying to work in their support and airstrikes trying to get in the way of obviously all the big airstrike, all the main gun battle as well, which could end up with a fairly high butcher's bill on either side, or you could have something in between. I mean, overall, the Italians are at a disadvantage because they just do not have the escorts and the aircraft to go with their battle line. But it is going to be a pretty nasty battle one way or the other as well. Right. That is all the alternate history questions from the Drydocks. We have eight or nine super chats to catch up with. And then we're off into regular chat world. Not doing too badly. It's, 11:15 at night. At least in the UK. Los Tiburones Off-Road asks... okay, that's a good name. What if on December 7th, 1941, after the attack on Pearl Harbor, Halsey's task force find the Japanese, and after a fierce battle, he and Enterprise heroically go to the bottom? How does this change the Pacific War? Not well, because even Enterprise 6v1, that's not good odds. The chances of them, especially early war, doing all that much to the Kirabutai is relatively minimal, and taking out both Halsey, who, as I've said before, was a very good admiral to have on hand in the early part of the war, and Enterprise that early, that leaves you with a lot of problems. I mean, early raids, not so much of an issue, but you can't really now pull off the Doolittle raid, which causes a few significant changes in Japanese strategy, because, yeah, you have Hornet, but you don't have anything to escort Hornet with, because Yorktown and Lexington are still going to be needed for Coral Sea, and Saratoga is still damaged. I mean, in theory, maybe Hornet, at that point, if you know you can't pull off the Doolittle raid, maybe Hornet gets sent with Yorktown and Lexington to Coral Sea, at which point they might do more damage to Shikaku and Zuikaku. But again, no effect on the Japanese as a result of no Doolittle raid. Could the presence of Hornet maybe save Lexington? I don't know. It could be a bit of a swings and roundabouts, because if it... I mean, the problem is, if they do save Lexington, then that means you now have Lexington, Hornet, and Yorktown for Midway, so overall numbers-wise doesn't change much compared from historical Midway, which would suggest that potentially you could have a similar outcome. The flip side is, of course, that if Lexington doesn't go down in a massive fireball, then the changes in US damage control procedures and in how they handle their aviation fuel, which result from Lexington going down, might not be incorporated into US carriers, which means that you might instead have one or more US carriers going down in a massive fireball at Midway instead of at Coral Sea. And whatever happens to Shikaku and Zuikaku doesn't really change the Japanese side of Midway, because Shikaku and Zuikaku weren't there. At which point, you know, moving into the Guadalcanal campaign without Enterprise, and probably with Lexington having gone down in one or the other of those engagements, you now have potentially losing Yorktown. You've now got fewer carriers and not the plot armor of Enterprise to help you in Guadalcanal. So yeah, I mean, in the end, you're still going to have ridiculous numbers of Essexes, and probably one of the Essexes will be named Enterprise to carry the war forward. But the Guadalcanal campaign will become a lot harder to sustain unless things go really, really lucky for you at Midway and Coral Sea. And the Japanese might just be that little bit more aggressive. So it might push the conventional part of the Pacific War back by a little bit, while the US is very much on the defensive in 42 and early 43 until, as I said, the Essexes show up. Fleet of Oceans asks, out of all the alternate futures that spin out of the aftermath of the Martian invasion in 1897, which do you think is the most realistic? The humans unable to adapt Martian technology at all, British tripods smashing the Germans in 1914, or something between those two extremes? I mean, considering the technological difference between the two, it's unlikely that realistically retro engineering Martian tech is going to be easy to do in the short term. On the other hand, poison gas was only less than a couple of decades away, which is pretty much what the black smoke is. I mean, the heat ray convention, you'd probably argue, is just a really powerful laser weapon, which, to be fair, we're only just about getting to some kind of powerful laser weapons now, let alone powerful enough to cut through battleships in a single blast. The Walker tech's probably not that useful. The flying machine, again, the idea of it is useful, but retro engineering that technology with late 19th, early 20th century tech is maybe not. I think it would depend on what is the status of the heat rays after the Martian machines go down, because obviously in the Historic War of the Worlds, it's the Martians themselves that succumb to disease. Their technology is just kind of there. So while they may not be able to replicate the technology necessarily, depending on what the power source is, and given that the electrical generators do exist, it's possible that the British, while not necessarily reverse engineering the heat ray, they might still be able to use the limited number of heat rays they would be able to salvage off of the Martian tripods, simply by extracting it, working out what voltage and current and amperage you have to stick into the thing, assuming that they can't just also scavenge the power sources for the tripods, and then installing those heat rays. But obviously, with we don't know exactly how many tripods there were, and therefore how many heat rays there are. But that would probably be the most realistic early 20th century adaptation of the technologies. You're not going to. I don't think you get tripods in 1914, though. Be interesting to see a Mark I tank with a heat ray stuck on the front, though. Mike Lever's 777, would giving Brewster Corsair Mark IIIs in 1946 as a carrier multi-role aircraft be a great way to sabotage the Elbonian Navy with its ex-Royal Navy illustrious carriers? I can think of a few aircraft that would be even worse in 46. The Firebrand, for instance. This is the weird thing, that there's a whole slew of late World War II - immediate post World War II strike and fighter aircraft that I mean, the thing is, yeah, okay, Brewster Corsair Mark III, it's still a Corsair, but there's a bunch of theoretically very high performance aircraft coming out, like the Firebrand, that turn out to either be hilariously difficult to control or hilariously underpowered, or both. So maybe sticking one of those in would actually be even funnier, because an aircraft with theoretically massive strike capability but wiggles around the sky almost with a mind of its own and massively underperforms compared to its on-paper statistics would be an even greater Elbonian sabotage. David Stotler asks, in late 1944, the four Iowas versus Yamato, Musashi, Tirpitz, and Bismarck, assuming Bismarck somehow survives, who do you think wins the fanboys' biggest battle? Also, completed Jean Bar, is she equal to Vanguard? Theoretically, with the latter one, Jean Bar's 15-inch guns are theoretically better than Vanguard's, and they're the same number of them. Vanguard's armor scheme is better than Jean Bar's. I mean, the secondaries don't really matter in a 1v1 battleship engagement all that much. I don't know offhand what fire control system Jean Bar was completed with. So I think that would probably make a difference, because if it was completed with it's either as designed or sort of a revised French fire control system, given that France obviously skips a whole bunch of World War II and the advances therein, I could potentially see Vanguard still having superior fire control, but I can't recall offhand what fire control system Jean Bar was completed with, because if she was completed with, an imported or developed off of imported fire control system from the early 50s, then that would, armor aside, put her on a plinth above Vanguard. It's surprising just how much immediately end of World War II and post World War II arguments of battleships come down to basically who has the most recent, most modern fire control systems, because at that point fire control systems are getting to the point of, if you have a really good one, you can probably land a first salvo hit, at which point that's that. Late 44, the Iowas versus Yamato, Musashi, Tirpitz, and Bismarck. I think in daylight, assuming nice, flat, calm daylight conditions, it's pretty much a coin toss, because Yamato and Musashi would be on paper just a little bit more capable. Tirpitz and Bismarck would be a little bit less, so it kind of evens out. If you push it to a night action, then the Iowas have a fairly decisive advantage. Also, the Iowas have a speed advantage, so although it would be close, it might just about tip in the Iowa's favour, because although Tirpitz and Bismarck are faster than Iowa and Musashi, they're not as fast as the Iowas, so the four Iowas don't have to fight all four of them even in the day. They can kind of draw off Tirpitz and Bismarck and 4v1 them, and then move on to 4v1 or 3v1 Yamato and Musashi. And at night, that's even more pronounced, because although Tirpitz and Bismarck will have reasonably capable radars in 44, the Iowas could then use the cover of night and exploit their radar advantage to, cross the T of the Axis line or pick off a ship or two and move them down. So, yeah, if you tried to make the fight as fair as humanly possible, it would be a very close fight. But the minute the Iowas start to trying to exploit their speed and radar advantages, the worse and worse the weather conditions get, and yes, night is a form of weather, the more and more the Iowas have the advantage. Then we have a super chat from Gotham State Police. What if the Confederates had successfully obtained all their prospective additions from Europe and America before the last quarter of 1864? I mean, if you total up all the various ironclads and other warships they were trying to build all over the place, that gives them a force that is more than capable of breaking through the Union blockade. The disadvantage they would have is that although quite a number of their ships would be individually superior to the US monitors, there are quite a few US monitors, and while my ground-based history of the American Civil War is not the strongest, I'm relatively convinced that by the last quarter of 1864, it's much more a question of the Union armies are coming for you, and ultimately, no matter how good an ironclad fleet you have, if you're fighting a war on the continental United States between two halves of the United States, they're not going to be able to do all that much to help in that regard. Because yes, they could break the blockade and reopen the Confederate States for trade, but how much international trade can you do that's going to actually help you in late 1864? I suspect probably not a huge amount. 1862, that's another matter, but of course there's no reasonable way that they're, aside from magical hand-waving, that the Confederates are getting ships that they hadn't actually ordered at that point in 1862. Class A Cornet, how favourably do you view the Proto-North Carolina N-echelon all-forward gun design? I'm not a big fan. I mean, the all-forward gun design, yeah. The N-echelon, no, I don't like it. Yeah, in theory, it could give you all guns firing dead ahead forward. But it just, to me, it just screams you're putting your barbettes far too close to the side. And yeah, there are lots of issues with it in echelon. I mean, there's a reason why the US, yeah, they looked at it, but they looked at all in line, all forward considerably more. And then obviously eventually went back to more boring conventional design. I mean, it would be interesting to see, but I don't think it would have been very good. Edmere says, this is says, my favourite is science engineering on warship technology. Keep up the great work. Only discovered a channel this year. Thank you very much, Edmere. Looney Tunes 73. If Forced was for some reason ignored by the Japanese, what would be the consequences for the Japanese Navy, and what realistically could they accomplish going forward? I'm presuming what could Forced accomplish? So if they're not, if Forced isn't sunk at that point, well, Forced is already on its way back because they've failed to find the Japanese invasion forces. So in the immediate term, the consequences aren't really that severe. In the longer term, I mean, while Repulse and Prince of Wales offering gunnery support to Singapore could cause significantly more Japanese casualties, ultimately, as long as the Japanese can capture the water supply, Singapore is not long for this world. I mean, Repulse and Prince of Wales might be able to evacuate some of the Singapore garrison, but even evacuating a few thousand, all things considered, it's not going to be all that much. Where they can accomplish potentially a lot more, assuming that they survive that set of encounters, would be then they would be the core of ABDA command, which then changes how the Japanese campaign runs, because historically speaking, the Japanese were able to handle ABDA command with some cruisers and destroyers. if you've got Prince of Wales and Repulse, presumably at that point having worked out their humidity issues, backing up ABDA command, then, I mean, you could try and counter them with Congos, but, and okay, yeah, all 4 Congos at once might be a problem, but 2 Congos versus, and given how many, different Japanese formation, quite potentially 1 or 2 Congos versus Repulse and Prince of Wales, that's not a fight that the Japanese Navy is going to be very happy with. So at that point, you would either have to bring more carriers south to try and cripple or drive off or destroy Prince of Wales and Repulse, or the Japanese would have to break out some of their actual battleships to deal with it. So that could prolong the ABDA campaign, and then assuming that they survive this, if they fall back to the Eastern Fleet, then when you get Operation C, or if you get something like Operation C, that gives Somerville a lot more interesting options, because, I mean, Warspite probably then doesn't have to be pulled out of the Mediterranean, or not allowed to go back to the Mediterranean, more accurately. If you've got a somehow magically surviving Repulse and Prince of Wales as Force A, then, well, again, it swings and roundabouts, because if they're still around, the Japanese will probably know they're still around, and thus they're probably going to guess that Somerville actually has them, unless the British do some really fancy, intelligent chicanery to convince the Japanese they've gone home or something. But Force A is now faster, and that means if Somerville potentially can run quicker than he did with Warspite, which means he might get close enough to destroy Carrier Division 2, for example. But at that point, you've got so many hand waves of, Repulse and Prince of Wales not being crippled or destroyed at Singapore, then not being crippled or destroyed with ABDA command, etc., etc. It would be very helpful, but with each scenario, given that, assuming for whatever reason the historical force attack doesn't work, you're then kind of going, well, every subsequent Japanese air and sea assault also doesn't work. It might happen, but it gets progressively less and less plausible. And Miles McCaskill asks, which is the last super chat for the minute, congratulations on the book, thank you very much. And will you be offering signed copies? Yes, signed copies will be available, hopefully at some point in the new year, definitely before the book launches. What exact form that will take, I'm still talking with USNI, because traditionally for USNI signed copies, if you want an actually, if you like, properly physically signed copy, either the author goes to Annapolis, or they send out a bunch of books to the author, they sign them, ship them back to Annapolis, job done. That's fine in the continental United States, where most of their authors are from. Of course, I'm over here in the UK. You do not want to know how much you have to pay shipping to ship, say, 100 or 200 books over to the UK and back again. So yeah, we're still trying to work that one out, because I'm not likely to be back in the US, at least at this stage, before the book launches. And of course, you've also got international distribution to take into account, which precludes me popping over to Annapolis to sign a bunch of books. Although, obviously, if I do somehow end up in the US at some point before then, that could change things. At the moment, we are exploring a few options. As I said, there is going to be an international distribution as well. So for those of you who are waiting to order, so you don't have to pay ridiculous transatlantic postage prices, that will happen. So maybe that distributor might be able to sort me out with a place to go to sign books on this side of the pond. or potentially there may be some kind of insert that can be printed here, you know, a single page insert or something, which I can then sign here, and shipping a couple of hundred sheets of paper is a lot more possible than shipping, you know, several hundred books, which I can then send over to Annapolis and they can put those into the signed copies. But yes, there will be some form of signed copy. Whatever happens, we'll make that work. Okay, and that's the super chats. That's the various history questions. Alex the Met, no, you don't have to ask largely alternate history questions in the regular chat. It's just that this is kind of, we start off viewing the alternate history Patreon questions, and now we're on to regular questions. So, Gene Wilder, people, do you sell mugs for tea and coffee with a nautical vibe on it? Yeah, I think there's you can get a mug on, or a teacup or something on the merch page, which is, I think you can access it through the, like, there's a little scroll bar at the bottom of the video via YouTube. I think that's how it works. Where was that? So that's those two. So I'm just going to scroll up slightly. Okay, so I'm basically going to start taking questions from where the last super chat was, because obviously unfortunately refreshing the having to refresh that window because Firefox screwed up, it had meant a whole chunk of the chat is no longer visible to me. Right. Kentucky Trainiac Productions. Hi, Drac. Hello. Uthor Raitan. If Nishimura decides to turn into the Hinatuan Passage and through Dinagat Sound and Pincer Oldendorf, with Shima still going through the Surigao Strait, how would the Battle of Surigao Strait change? Probably not all that much because, well, okay, yeah, the Japanese have some radar, but the Americans have a much better radar, so they would see them coming, even if at relatively short notice. So they could just turn around and blast them. Now we blast them in two separate locations instead of just the one. Yeah, unfortunately, the Japanese really do not have a lot of options by the time of the Battle of Leyte Gulf. I mean, there is a remote chance that the Americans completely missed that, and there are now long lances in the water. But even if that happens, there's only so many long lances, and then there'll be a lot of angry American ships. Kevin Thomas, will you be visiting any dry docks in 2025? Adam Savage had an amazing visit to the Fincantiere shipyard for a cruise ship. Dry docks in 2025? Yes. Yes, I will. At least one. Nature still classified TB, well, not to be confirmed, because I know I'm going, but to be revealed, perhaps. As for additional dry docks, I mean, I've got my Northern European tour, which I'm still shaping up. I will be in the States at least once next year, towards the end of September, so potentially there may be a dry dock or two involved there. And again, tentatively, toward the end of the year, might end up in Japan. And if I do end up in Japan, if there's any possible way for me to see the dry docks the Yamatos that were built for the Yamatos, that would be fun. Medros Bajar says, have you ever been on the Abram Kreinchen, the one that pretended to be an island? Yes, I have. In fact, that was probably one of my first overseas museum ships visited as Drakenfell, when I went to the Den Helder Museum as a guest of World of Warships all those years ago now. Shout out to anyone who is in the chat who might, the remote chance that someone in the chat is one of those wonderful people who showed up at the Abraham Crunchen or at the Den Helder Museum to say hi. Unfortunately, my camera battery died literally as I was taking my first couple of photos. So I have a bunch of phone photos of the ship, but I really want to go back to Den Helder with the camera equipment I have these days and kind of redo that visit properly. And indeed, the Den Helder Museum is on my list for my Northern European tour, which will probably be in April at this point. Chris Britt says, "Do you usually do these on a Sunday? Why the change?" I don't usually do these on. This is the Drydock live stream, so this has always been kind of usually a midweek thing. But also, I haven't done a Drydock live stream for months, so yeah, I can understand the confusion. So, just for reference for those of you who are new, the idea is that when I get the Patreon questions, which generate those 2 big Drydocks at the end of each month, there's additional questions still, but alternate history ones. So I split those out in theory into a live stream. But because of, lots of travel this year, plus some illness, plus being a new dad, I haven't managed to do anywhere near as many of these as I'd want to. And so, yeah, that's I'm still catching up, as you can tell, because we're on what we're in the high 320s for dry docks, and this is Drydock 287 and 291. So I'm a few months behind. I'm going to have to do a few more of these, some kind of double Drydock live streams to catch up. But who knows? Hopefully, I'll be able to. Right, Joe Buetner. Could there be any military application of a kite-powered surface craft in the time period the channel covers? While catching up on the Olympics, I discovered that kite surfers can reach 40 to 50 knots. Unfortunately not, because yes, they can, but that's A, modern kites, and B, there's basically a man on a board, not really much in the way of armament for that. There were kites or kite technology derived things used for scouting purposes, stuck on a line on the back of a major ship. So kite powered craft for essentially increasing the height of spotting, especially considering you're connected by a line, so you could have kind of a voice, not say a voice radio, but a voice telephone running up to them, is possible for better gunnery spotting, maybe. But I think that will probably be the limit for kite-powered stuff for the time period that the channel covers. Nicholas Crouch says, "Greetings from Australia. What impressed you about HMAS Vampire and Castlemaine as compared to Hyder and Sackville?" Well, Vampire and Hyder are obviously somewhat different vessels, because Hyder has, well, one's a tribal, one's a daring. Hyder has a World War II operational history. Vampire has a post-war operational history. But with that said, both ships are in pretty good condition, which is very impressive. Yeah. I would say that, broadly speaking, Hyder is probably, I'd say, a little bit more accessible than Vampire. But at the same time, because Vampire is a much larger ship, there's more areas of Vampire that can be closed off while still giving you a good idea of what's going on. So, yeah. Castlemaine and Sackville are probably a bit more comparable. I mean, they're still not the same class, but they are both corvettes. And actually, they're both in fantastic condition. The weird thing is, obviously, they have slightly different stories, because Sackville was semi-civilianized and then had to be brought back from that status, but was always in relatively speaking, decent shape. Whereas you see some of the photos of poor old Castlemaine, she really was not in a good state. She's basically almost been rebuilt in some respects. Nozdormu89 asks, what Imperial Japanese Navy ship would you take to fight Godzilla that is not a rearmed Tone or Takao class? Honestly, actually, if I had to take any ex-Imperial Japanese Navy ship to fight Godzilla, I'd probably take an Akazuki class destroyer, because with his atomic breath, whether you're in a battleship, cruiser, or destroyer, you're still going to die if you get hit by that. But the ridiculous fire rate of the Akazuki's 100mm guns means that if I at least catch him on the surface, I can put continuous damage down, which should hold him off, as opposed to anything bigger where you might hit him, but then he's got time while you're reloading to come and deal with you and get his bearings. Plus, of course, being a destroyer, the Akazuki is going to potentially have depth charges, which might give me a chance if he comes at me underwater, at least of disorientating him. But anyway, coming back to Vampire, I mean, the thing is that, as I said, all 4 ships are actually really, really well preserved. I mean, actually, on both Castlemaine and Sackville, a lot of the weapons are not operational, as in you can fire them, but you can spin them around and elevate them. Those are in really good condition. Obviously, on Hyder and Vampire, the main guns, well, they're again fairly well preserved, but they're not going to let you just start spinning them around everywhere. Yeah. So hopefully that answers the question. All of them are very impressive, but in slightly different ways. Particularly, I think Castlemaine, because of where she's come from to be in the state that she's in. Enterprise asks, if ships like St. Louis and its sisters, which were stationed in the Alaska area during a good portion of the early actions at Guadalcanal, if ships like St. Louis and its sisters, which were stationed in the Alaska area during a good portion of the early actions, if 2 or more Brooklyn, basically what would happen if you brought 2 or 3 more Brooklyns down to Guadalcanal? I mean, on the one hand, you have the example of Helena, which is an absolutely lethal 6-inch machine gun in pretty much all the engagements she fights in. On the other hand, we are still talking about the Guadalcanal campaign, when the US night fighting doctrine, for the most part, really isn't up to all that much, and an awful lot of US ships are being shot up by either the Japanese, their own side, or being torpedoed by the Japanese, or their own side. So, on the one hand, having 2 or 3 more Brooklyns could be very good, because you could catch people in the mother of all crossfires. On the other hand, it might also just be more targets for the Japanese. I think perhaps the most interesting aspect of that would be if you had a few more cruisers to hand, then the US doesn't run out of cruisers quite as quickly as it does historically, which means you probably won't get Washington and South Dakota being sent in for the second night action, because you'll have some more cruisers to send in instead, which was the US preferred doctrine. So yeah, I think that's probably the single biggest change. Now, what 2 or 3 Brooklyns would do in place of Washington and South Dakota against Kirishima and friends, that's an interesting scenario to try and play out. Information mimic. During the time the channel covers, was there ever a time anyone would use a galvanic reaction to corrode an enemy hull as a diversion? Not historically. Mostly because if you were going to try that, you would need a truly ridiculous amount of material, and, well, somebody wandering around into a shipyard full of enemy ironclads with, coupled with like 100 tons of copper plating, and then not so stealthily bolting it onto the side of an enemy ship. Yeah, that's not really going to happen. I mean, it would be the problem is, yes, it could have the potential to be extremely destructive, but the sheer size and scale of what you'd need to do against anything other than a very, very small gunboat is just it's prohibitive. Medros Bajal, what would you bet on the battlecruiser Congo in her last rebuild versus SMS Seydlitz? Congo. Yeah, she's still not the best protected, but in her last rebuild, you're talking about a World War II era rebuild, World War II era fire control, etc. She would have a truly colossal range advantage on Seydlitz and 14-inch guns. So yeah, she'd be able to beat up on Seydlitz from beyond the range of Seydlitz's guns, and Seydlitz can't run away because she's slower. Oh, yeah. And there's been a massive jump. Where were we? Oh, there we go. That wasn't too bad this time. All Two Meme says, if the Alaska-class supercruisers were built as genuine battle cruisers, would they have been built using battleship or cruiser practices? Battleship practices. That I personally think that's one of the defining features of a battle cruiser. They're built to capital ship standards, which include having an actual torpedo defense system. It's weird because you have the battle cruiser mission, you have battle cruiser capabilities, and you have battle cruiser construction standards, and how ideally you want all three. Then you can make arguments if one is missing. You can make arguments that something is still a battle cruiser. If two are missing, maybe not so much. Blockio 1999 asks, had the 1920s South Dakotas, as well as the fast battleships, including the Montanas, have been built, what alternate names do you think would have been most likely for the now double-booked names? Right, let's remind ourselves. I mean, obviously South Dakota is out because that would have been the 1920s ones. So let's remind ourselves. The South Dakotas from the 1920s were supposed to be South Dakota, Indiana, Montana, North Carolina, Iowa, and Massachusetts. Oh, that's a real smorgasbord off of the more recent fast battleships. So we can still have Washington, because that historically was the 4th Colorado. Indiana and Massachusetts and South Dakota. So you can only have Alabama out of the original fast battleship South Dakotas. And you can still have New Jersey. You can get New Jersey, Wisconsin, and Missouri for the Iowas, but you're having to move names forward. So, I mean, probably you'll just move the existing names forward. So you would have the Washington-class battleships instead of the North Carolinas, and that would be Washington and Alabama. And then the historic South Dakota class will be, they'd be New Jersey, Wisconsin, Missouri, and Illinois, let's say. And then the historic Iowas would be the Kentucky class. And now that's when you run out of ship names from the historic list. At which point you would be up to, let's see. So you'd be up to the 2nd Iowa class, so the historically speaking, the New Jersey, and you've gone past US state names. So let's go back to the full list of American battleships, because of course you have a USS Iowa BB4, Texas. So basically you're kind of looping back on the original names. So let's go through those. Texas is still in use with USS Texas. Indiana we've just established as a 1920 South Dakota. Massachusetts is a 1920 South Dakota. Oregon is available. So the second, what is currently USS New Jersey would probably be USS Oregon. Kearsarge, probably not going to reuse Kearsarge because it's not a state name. That was kind of a bit of a one-off. Kentucky, we've already established, has been used. Illinois has also been used. Alabama has been used. Wisconsin has been used. So you're up to Maine. Missouri's been used. Ohio hasn't. So okay, so you'd have Kentucky, Oregon, Maine, and Ohio would be what we historically know as the Iowa class. And now things start to get slightly easier, because then the historic planned Montana class would then be Virginia, Nebraska, Georgia. Can't use New Jersey because that's in use further down the line. Rhode Island, and then Connecticut and Louisiana. I think that's the easiest way around of doing it. I think just going back round through and skipping over the ones that are still in use. Ultimate says, what I was asking is if the Alaskas had been like upgun Des Moines cruisers or downsized Iowas with cruise. Well, like if you want a battle cruiser version of the Iowas, you probably don't want to change the armor all that much, to be perfectly fair. But a battle cruiser version of the Iowas might thin the armor down a little bit, but probably not. But what you'd probably be looking at for a battle cruiser version of the Iowas, following the general rules of battle cruisers as I established earlier, would be 6 twin 16-inch 50s with the commensurate size and weight reductions inherent to that. And maybe drop a couple of 5-inch 38s as the size goes down as well. Captain Seafort, if when Jellicoe was consulted on what became Hood, he asked for battleships rather than battle cruisers, how do you think the details of the results would have differed from Hood? Well, as we know, the shallow draft Queen Elizabeth didn't necessarily really work out very well. I think you probably would have had small tube. The starting point would have been small tube boiler Queen Elizabeth, so 28 knot Queen Elizabeths. At which point, then you would have been looking at either someone just going, okay, yeah, 28 knot Queen Elizabeths. That essentially gives us a battle cruiser Queen Elizabeth, a bit slower than Renown or Repulse, but considerably better protected and armed and able to run with the existing battle cruiser fleet. Or you might see them go, okay, but what if we do an Iron Duke type Queen Elizabeth with small tube boilers, at which point you've been looking at maybe 26, 27 knots, but with 10, 15-inch guns. I don't think that'll be very popular with Jellicoe. Or you might see someone playing around with triple turrets, and you might have a 9-gun, 2 triples forward, 1 triple aft, which may or may not stick around at about 28 knots. So chances are probably quite high you might actually invent the fast battleship slightly early. Oh, it's 11:30. So I think we'll keep this going until midnight, because that's half an hour from now. And also, as you can probably detect, my voice is beginning to go. I'm going to reload my USS New Jersey Stein. Which will be 4 hours. Yeah, it'll be about a 4-hour live stream. I think that's fairly reasonable. I'll do a half glass. I mean, the other thing, of course, you might get is with if they do go for triples, which I was considering around that time, you might get somebody go, okay, small tube boilers, maybe reduce the overall power. Well, actually, keep the overall power output. Give yourself a 23 knot ship, which would go quite, because they're not really very happy with the intermediate speed. But give yourself an actual battleship, 23 knots to roughly go with the Revenges, but American standard style with 4 triple 15s at 23 knots. Lonely Lad, at the outbreak of the Pacific Campaign, how would events unfold if the Dutch fleet was either in Europe fighting the Germans or evacuated to Australia? If it's in Europe fighting the Germans, then they would probably just deploy back to the UK and keep fighting the Germans for the most part. So that changes the Australian campaign in as much as, well, the Dutch submarines, well, the Ks probably should still be out there. They are the colonial types, but the Dutch cruisers and destroyers, admittedly, they're small and, you know, not massively useful compared to frontline modern commands, but every ship helped, especially in that period of World War II. I mean, ABDA command, unfortunately, was a little bit of a walkover, so it's probably not really changing all that much at the outbreak of the Pacific Campaign. Conversely, if the Dutch Navy just go, for whatever reason, decides they can't fight to hold the Dutch East Indies and just decamps entirely to Australia, I mean, again, the fleet that the Dutch have in the Dutch East Indies is still a bunch of smaller and older ships. They might be somewhat useful helping the Americans in for carrier escort and stuff if ABDA command now isn't a thing. But I suspect they're probably going to be kept back in Australia, not doing a huge amount. What would be considerably more useful is that rather than having to run from pillar to post with breaking down engines, the Dutch submarine fleet, which, bear in mind, does have working torpedoes, could potentially get patched up in Australia and then redeployed to play havoc with the Japanese for a little bit, which would be quite nice for the Allies. Ramal asks, on the late war naval bombardment of Japan by fast battleships, what is your personal thoughts on the decision to send surface forces to the heart of the enemy? You know, to be honest, by the point they did that, Japan is so on its knees, and technologically speaking, in terms of anti-aircraft and anti-submarine warfare, yes, the Japanese have some surprises up their sleeves in terms of Kai-10, and they're preparing suicide torpedo boats and dedicated kamikazes like the Oka. So in retrospect, there was some risk, but the Allies at the time had such a ridiculous upper hand on the Japanese. It's a bit of a flex, but, you know, from a morale purposes, just sending battleships up and down the Japanese coast going, yeah, we can shoot you, what can you do about it? Oh yeah, nothing, ha, we win. The overall assessed risk was low enough that I think it was pretty much worth it. Demon's Girl asks, are there any naval engagements or moments from naval engagements that seem like they're straight out of a Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner cartoon? Oh, and the tab has crashed in Firefox again. Hopefully I'm still going. Fleet, if you can let me know in Discord. Hopefully it's just the tab gone horribly wrong. Just going to check on that before we continue. Okay, cool. So it's just the tab crashed again. Well, I think there's more than enough questions to take us through for the little bit until the tab resolves itself. Wile E. Coyote Roadrunner. There's a few from the Age of Sail. the engagement of the carronade armed frigate with the more conventionally armed French one certainly is a bit like that. But yeah, that's more from the comedic side of things rather than the colossally complicated schemes going horribly wrong side of things. Krasmedic and Medeiros Bajar. Fleet says a lot of people are having issues. It's not just you. I'm just going. Is that with streaming or on the stream? Krasmedic and Medeiros Bajar both asks about what the models. So yes. So as I said at the start of the stream, these are, as far as I'm aware, US Navy fleet recognition models which were produced in World War II to help the US Navy basically work out what British ships look like. So you've got at the top Nelson, you have here Queen Elizabeth refit, that's Queen Elizabeth or Valiant, because you've got the 4.5 inch pancakes as opposed to Warspite, which would obviously have the casemates. And then this one is, yeah, rather unmistakably Renown, actually, of all things, because you see you've got the faceted superstructure and the 3 15-inch guns and the 4.5 inch. And then over here I've got out of shot, I've got a Hunt class destroyer, Town class, Crown Colony class, Illustrious class, that's a D class, Leander, Dido, that's an Arethusa, a Tribal, an L and M class, and there's one right at the top I can't quite see right at the moment. I hate the report system, says. I've always found an all-forward turret layout to be rather ugly. Do you concur? No, I actually quite like it. There are all-forward turret layouts that don't look particularly good, but I generally like the all-forward layout as a principle. Particularly, I actually like the 2 quadruple all-forward layout. I actually think, personally, that's superior to the 3 triples, because you get to fight everything dead ahead, even though technically 3 triples gives you an extra gun. Sergeant Marcus Harris asks, could the weirdness of Thunderchild's description be because the point of view character misidentified it? Theoretically, yes, but then if he did, it just opens up the question of what the heck it is even more, because you can just kind of fill in your own headcanon. Plus, to be fair, at the end of the 19th century, you hadn't quite gotten to the period where everybody was being super secret squirrel about what's going on with their ships. So what Thunderchild in the War of Worlds universe would have been widely discussed in newspapers and so forth. So it would be reasonable to assume that they would know what's going on. Fleet of Oceans says a Hoshmug. I suppose I could add a Hoshmug. I'd get some Hosh artwork commissioned. Ooh, I'm not necessarily sure if they sell them, because it would be a bit too small, but maybe I could commission a run of custom tickets, little hotel tickets for, one hotel visit to a randomized French pre-dreadnought like Carnot or something or other. It's a kind of amusing sort of fake French battleship hotel visitation ticket, and then maybe slip those in with orders for merch that people actually buy directly off me. Maybe I'll look into doing that over the Christmas break. That'd be quite fun. Miles McCaskill says, yes, the mug that's available for sale on the channel is the Do You See Torpedo Boats mug. Tim Schoenberg asks, I'm reading about about HMS Bounty. I was surprised to learn that Captain Bligh did not attend the court-martial of his crew. Was that normal in an Admiralty court-martial? Strictly speaking, no, but the circumstances were quite different, because normally a court-martial would be of a captain, and Bligh was the captain, and also the difference in time between the offence, because normally if there was a court-martial offence, it would either be done at sea or it would be done as soon as the ship got back, whereas obviously in Bounty's case there was the mutiny, then Bligh had to get to somewhere where he could tell everyone he was still alive, then he had to get home, then he had to resume his naval career, then someone had to go out and find the mutineers and bring them back, and there was a whole load of shenanigans involved in that, which eventually would mean that by the time some remnants of the Bounty's crew were being drawn up for court-martial, Bligh had a lot of other things, including his naval career, to think about. So as far as I'm aware, he did give witness disposition, but whether or not, not necessarily being present for the entire court-martial of everybody involved. Faded Plogger asks, if World War II was delayed until, say, 1948, do you think British infrastructure would have returned to 1914 levels? Probably not, partly because 1914 levels in terms of construction capability would require colossally greater amounts of shipyard in terms of size of shipyards and dry docks, because the number of yards that could build a battleship in 1914, if you want the same number of yards to build a battleship in 1948, each of those slipways and dry docks has to be considerably bigger, because ships have gotten considerably bigger and more expensive and so forth. So yeah, in terms of overall building capabilities, no, but I think they would have potentially gotten a good chunk of the way there. Joel Montgomery says, the question was asked all stream, where did the models come from, and are they a walking hazard? They're not a walking hazard. They're pretty much not in my direct path of walking. Where did they come from? So a subscriber actually found them up for auction in the States, and then managed to acquire them, ship them to another address in the States, actually to the Battleship New Jersey. And then when I went to the Battleship New Jersey, I was able to pick up most of them. There's still half a dozen or so waiting for me next time I go, because I could only fit so many in my suitcase. And then obviously I paid the subscriber who'd bid for them in the US, because they only shipped them within the US, and considering the overall weight of them collectively, I'm glad I didn't have to pay transatlantic shipping. And then they came back with me. They caused, now I did say at the beginning, there's a bit of a story with these. They did cause a real bit of fun coming back from the US, because going through security, my bag went through the X-ray scanner, and the agents were very, very confused about what they were seeing, because to quote the guy who was actually looking, he said, this is the first time I've actually seen something like this. Not that he hadn't seen warship models in a bag before, but it turns out that these things are mostly either white metal or pure lead, and yeah, they're heavy. They're really, really heavy. And because of that, you're talking about these things being, for the smallest destroyer, like an inch, 2 inches thick, and for these things, quite a few more inches thick. Solid white metal, which is mostly lead, or lead, they were completely blocking the X-rays. And I'm not talking about this is a darker patch. I looked, because they pulled my bag out of line to see what was going on, they showed me that what was on the scanner. It was just a solid black, pure black mass. And he said, I've never seen anything block the X-rays so thoroughly. Although it was quite funny to then see at the edges of it, you could see basically the silhouette of a warship in X-ray. And it also actually pointed out that on some of the ships, like the Illustrious class carrier, that actually not all of the model is lead or white metal. The upper parts are, but the main body seems to be balsa or something. which is probably just as well, because if that carrier was lead or white metal, it would weigh like 5-6 kilos. Vicky asks, were World War II era fire control computers sophisticated enough to take into account the couple of % latitudinal variation in the strength of Earth's gravitational pull? Yes and no. They had the electromechanical or mechanical technology to make those calculations, but I don't think they actually did, if you get my drift. So I, as far as I'm aware, I don't think that was built into the calculations, but you could in theory have incorporated a system that did account for that based on your position. And so, you know, if that did cause a problem, it would just be a we've missed slightly, readjust calculation and get a new solution. Marcus Danielson asks, in a previous dry dock this year, you got asked how the Royal Navy would handle the Spanish Armada if Spain had joined the Axis in World War II, and you said it would pretty much be a heavy cruiser and destroyer squadron to deal with them. Would the Royal Navy, just for fun, rename some of the cruisers to Howard, Drake and Hawkins, just so that those names could have beaten the Spanish Armada twice? Well, they actually had some of the Hawkins class still around, the 7.5-inch ships, so they probably would have just used those. Although, obviously, Raleigh had gone aground by that point. Matt Dill says, if the British government had all of a sudden decided to put the SS Great Britain into service as a warship with turrets, how would you do that with an unlimited budget, and what would you change? If we're talking about Brunel's Great Britain, I mean, it would be a little while in service by that point, by the time turrets are viable. You'd probably, I mean, given when Great Britain was launched, you'd probably want to update the machinery. You'd have to put a bunch of armor on, so you'd have to be stripping out all the cabins, take off the masts, keep the single screw. I think you get 2, maybe 3 turrets on it. I mean, it's an iron-hulled ship, so you've got a bit of an advantage starting out there. So yeah, maybe 2 or 3 turrets, a bit of belt armor, but strip out the interior to save weight and losing the masts. Knight 6831. Orient doesn't blow up at Trafalgar. She blows up at the Nile, but otherwise, at the Nile, Admiral Villeneuve saw the Océan-class ship of the line Orient blow up in a catastrophic explosion. Compared to Captain Leach with HMS Hood at Denmark Strait, why was Orient's demise so demoralizing? Partly because it was viewed at a much closer range. Partly because the fight between Hood and Bismarck was theoretically, roughly speaking, a fight between peers, whereas Orient was, on paper, head and shoulders far more powerful than any other ship present on both sides, to a ridiculous degree. And partly simply because that level of destruction just wasn't a thing. I mean, this is, you know, if you think about, let's say today, these days, through movies with, you know, depicting fictional explosions and historical footage of things like atomic bomb tests and actual uses of atomic bombs, to a certain extent, our minds are wired to accept the idea of very big explosions. So when you get something that is actually a really big explosion happening in real life, like say the fertilizer explosion in Beirut a couple of years ago, it's a little horrific to watch, and everyone's like, oh, I really hope that doesn't happen to me. But we kind of look at it and go, oh, yeah, that's what a really big explosion looks like in the modern day. But we don't go, oh my goodness, I've never seen anything like this before, because we have. And similarly, when Hood blew up, the idea of ships to have with several hundred tons of explosives going up was within the scope of what people imagined, because, well, it happened at Jutland, if nothing else. Whereas, although ships did catch fire and explode in the Age of Sail, a first-rate ship of the line with that considerably greater amount of explosive on board, obviously with gunpowder, catching fire and exploding at extremely short range, whilst after having been considerably on fire at night, that is something that the vast majority of people just didn't really have a concept of or an expectation of. So you combine all that and you see this happen, and it's almost outside of your frame of reference. In the same way that if you took someone from the early 19th century and showed them an atomic explosion, they would be far, far more shocked than someone from the early 21st century, even though it's exactly the same explosion. It's what your frame of reference is. So I've got 10 minutes to go. I'm going to try and reload this tab again to see what happens. Now it's circling. This perhaps was not a wise plan, because now I don't have any questions, because it's just showing a little timing circle going round and round and round and round and round. Which is odd, considering I recently upgraded the memory on this computer, so maybe it's just Firefox that's the problem. Okay, well, we've got 10 minutes, but YouTube's not cooperating. Fleet of Oceans, if you can hear me, could you throw a few of the more recent questions from the chat into Discord, and I can see about trying to answer. Yeah, for reference, the tab's actually been frozen with spinniness for about the last 10-15 minutes. I've just been catching up with the questions that were visible on screen. So Information Mimic asks, in your opinion, what was the reason for warship crews in the steam and steel era holding sailing competitions, and how long did it survive as a traditional pastime? It depends on the size of the sailing competition. Sailing competitions between the ship's boats went on basically as long as ship's boats had sails. But in the steam and steel era holding sailing competitions, it was viewed as a test of skill, because to work your ship up to speed using your engines, you had a fixed machinery. Yeah, a good engineering crew could run it to a little bit beyond capacity, but there was a finite number of people and a finite amount of extraction you could get from that. Whereas sailing competitions, using obviously the ship's sails, you had huge numbers of people, essentially pretty much the entire ship's crew involved, and it was recognized as a much more manual, quite taxing task, and therefore potentially represented considerably more skill. How long did it survive as a traditional pastime? To about the middle of the latter half of the 19th century, when ships began to really lose their rigging and or just stop using it. There, the tab is back. Major Sobajard, do you think the Royal Navy would ever name a ship after Admiral Jellicoe? They did, almost. One of the King George V was supposed to be named after Jellicoe. Would they do it these days? I don't know. We haven't had a ship named after an admiral for a while, except for Duncan. Maybe. I think they should. I don't know if they will. Medros Obajan also asks, have you visited SMS Bodrog, the river monitor that lies in Belgrade? I haven't. I've actually been to Belgrade, but it was only for a very short period of time, and so I wasn't able to visit the Bodrog. It is on my list of ships to visit at some point. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if the US was to theoretically bolster their battleship force with the German Bayern and Baden, the Derfling or the Seydlitz? What would happen to them? I don't think Derfling or Seydlitz would be very long for this world. They're battle cruisers, which, apart from the Lexingtons, the US wouldn't really have any others to go with. Seydlitz is a little bit old and dated by the end of the First World War, and to be honest, Derflinger, although she's relatively swift and relatively heavily protected, her armament is still a bit behind the curve by the end of the war. Bayern and Baden and possibly Sachsen and Württemberg might make interesting additions to the US fleet because of their armament, but at least with Bayern and Baden, their speed will fit with the standards, but their overall turning performance, etc., will be different. So I think of the ones the Germans would be the US would be most likely to keep, it would probably be the Bayerns, maybe. Certainly give them an excuse to get rid of the last of their 12-inch ships in the Washington Naval Treaty. I can't really see them sacrificing a capital ship slot for a 12-inch battle cruiser, though, or then less still an 11-inch. Joshua Thompson says, do you have any information about the Napoleonic era semaphore between London and Portsmouth by which the Admiralty was able to communicate with the fleet? Yes, actually. That was quite an interesting network. It kind of superseded the beacon network, which could obviously only transmit, hey, the beacon is lit, this means X, which we have predetermined and agreed. The Napoleonic era semaphore network is actually a really interesting thing. So they stuck semaphore towers on various hills scattered across the south of England, and they just had big semaphore arms, so a message could be relayed relatively quickly. So between London and Portsmouth, actually where I live is not too far from one. There are a few preserved. I mean, some of them have been knocked down, some of them have been converted into homes, but there are one or two preserved semaphore towers, and one of them is not too far from where I am. In fact, I think, it's night at the moment, but if it was day and the visibility was pretty good, I think if I pop one of my drones above the house to clear the roof lines, I think I could probably see one from here, which would be interesting. So yeah, maybe at some point I should pop along to one of the preserved semaphore towers and do a little bit more in depth about how they work and so forth. Well, that would be quite interesting. Right, and well, the tab is back, which is just as well, because I actually need the tab to end the stream. We've got 3 minutes, so I'll take a handful of questions and then we'll be on our way, or at least I'll be on my way to bed. Stan Reynolds asks, Drac, do you know anything about a flotilla of minesweepers in World War II, Royal Navy ones, being bombed accidentally by the US Air Force and it being covered up for years? Not particularly, although if you have any further details on that and drop me a message or an email, I can certainly look into it to see what information is available. Fleet, you don't need to keep shunting questions to me now because the tab's working and we've only got a couple of minutes, so there will only be a few more questions. Anyway, Jacques asks, in a battle between the World War II Japanese battle wagons and the High Seas Fleet's capital ships, excluding escorting forces, only counting battleships enter service, so 12 versus 26, who would win? The Imperial Japanese Navy, because they're World War II stuff, so the Congos, Yamatos and Nagatos can just sit there all fast enough and have guns and fire control systems such they can just sit at 20,000, let's say 20 to 22,000 yards, which for them is fairly easy range, but is beyond the capability of the high seas fleet to reply for the most part. And they can just sit there and blast away. Their main hazard at that point is running out of ammunition. Chiseldrock asks, would you be interested in some original arms from the O-boats? Yes. Yes, I would. And if by arms you mean firearms, it would depend on what their legal status stands in the UK. But yes, in theory, I would be. Well, I mean, I'd be very interested in learning and seeing them, learning about them and seeing them generally. Whether or not that happens in the UK depends on what exactly they are. Because of course you could also mean arms, as in coat of arms. YouTube Minecraft Watcher asks, how do you think the South Dakota class battleship would have changed in the event the US Navy had gained access to the Yamato or A150 blueprints? Not all that much. They're a bit too advanced in design dash build, depending on exactly when they get their hands on the information, for anything to change. And also at 35,000 tons, there's precious little you can do. The South Dakotas are already a bit of a miracle of design in that they managed to fit 16-inch guns and 28 knots and theoretically at least armor against their own guns onto that displacement. There isn't a lot you can add to that. The Iowas, that would change in those circumstances to some degree or other, but the South Dakotas, the timing and the amount that's in the design, there isn't really much they can do. Control 62, what's the purpose of 45-ish degree lines running down the sides of dreadnought battleships? Those would be the booms for self-deploying torpedo nets for when they're at anchor. David SJ says, I get the feeling Drac has at least 2 to 3 years worth of videos ideas on the hop already. A lot more than that. Although basically what I have is I actually have an Excel spreadsheet which, apart from the stuff that's voted on by Patreons, tells me what I'm doing for the next year. So about 2-3 months ago I drew up the list for 2025, and August, September next year I'll draw up the list for 2026. But that idea list, beyond myself by telling me what I need to do for the next year and a bit, is past that is not like, okay, and then this, and then this, and then this for 2026, 2027. It's just a whole list of stuff from which I can kind of pick. So suggestions that have come in more recently might get picked, and suggestions that might have been around for 5 years might get picked, and everything in between. And of course there's a chance that the Patreons might actually vote on something to which I've already got on the list, but they kind of basically bump it up the list. So yeah, I think my total list for coverage, if I just produced it in the order it's there, probably stretches well towards the end of the decade, possibly longer. Madros or Bajar would say, would you say Bismarck and the Scharnhorst would win against the full High Seas Fleet battle line? Not the 2 Bismarcks and the 2 Scharnhorst. Yes, they can pull off the same, we're at long range and shoot everything and you can't shoot us back. But 4 ships definitely do not have the ammunition to sink the entire High Seas Fleet. Whereas a dozen Japanese ships, especially with 18.1-inch guns on the Yamatos, might just about have the ammunition, but 4 ships don't. Chiseldrock says, coat of arms. Yes, coats of arms, original coats of arms, those are always fun, because that combines two of my main interests. Coats of arms, i.e. medieval history stuff, although technically, obviously speaking, the coats of arms for ships are not medieval history, but the idea of coat of arms is, and I am a medieval reenactor as well, and that combines with, naval history. I'd be very interested in those. Alex Moskowitz says, is Baby Drac more or less intelligent than the US Bureau of Ordnance of World War II? Baby Drac does not eat random things found on the floor and has a relatively successful rate of picking up things to hit other things to make them do things like make interesting noises. Therefore is probably more intelligent than the average Bureau of Ordnance torpedo worker in World War II. Relatively high success rate of action. Can't quite speak yet outside of a few random words like hungry, but that's probably for the best. I suspect most people will probably not want the US Bureau of Ordnance people to be speaking all that much. Joshua Thompson asks, who has the longer username, Fletchers, Fletching, etc., or the honey-based drink mead? I think it varies, because Fletchers, Fletching, Fetcher, etc. Will every occasion change up their name a little bit. So when they pick a new one, it's a little bit closer than the Mead Man. Whereas once they've gotten into their extending, I think the Fletchers one name gets longer. It says, count yourself lucky. Some YouTubers constantly scratch their heads trying to think up new content. This is the joy of naval history. There's more than enough of it to keep you going for a decade or more. That is always something I do think about when it comes to, when I see some other YouTube channels. It's like, if you're going to cover real life history, whether it be medieval history, naval history, army history, military aviation history, or any of those sort of slightly broader fields, there's enough real life stuff to keep you going for ages, especially when you expand across the planet, if you like, because there's so many different parallel lines of development. While I do like my fictional universes, Star Wars, Star Trek, Stargate, 40K, etc., there is a limited amount of lore that you can do. So there's only so many things you can talk about before you run out of ideas, or just physically run out of things to talk about before you start going into headcanon. So yeah, you never know. I've contemplated doing, like, say, a Battlefleet Gothic thing in the style that I do this stuff in, because I like that particular setting in 40k, but it would be such a limited channel before you run out of information on Battlefleet Gothic canon stuff that you'd very rapidly have to A, go into headcanon and fan-made stuff, and B, if I was going to do something like that, if I was going to put the effort into that, I don't know where I'd find the time, but hypothetically, someone gives me a time turner or something and I manage to find the time to do it, I'd also want to cut some kind of deal with Games Workshop, A, to make sure they don't just cut the thing off at the knees halfway through because they don't like me for whatever reason, but also much like how I think it's Space Dock cut a deal with the guys who do the Expanse TV show, to have they research stuff, and then the stuff that they put out is then considered canon in line with the show. I think if I was going to put that much effort into a Battlefleet Gothic thing, I'd want to cut some kind of deal with Games Workshop such that if I add things to what's already out there as Battlefleet Gothic lore, it could be incorporated into the overall canon, because that would help round things out quite a bit, I think. DK says, another video on the Crimean War. Yeah, I've got to do the Baltic campaign. I've provisionally got agreement from Professor Lambert to talk about the Baltic conflict in the Crimean War, because he is pretty much near enough the world expert on that. That's going to be really fun. Carlos Thomas Leon Pulido asks, how good was the quality of German World War II armor? Varied. In theory, the German mixture for the armor steel was joint best in the world in terms of its material qualities, alongside the British. They basically had the most advanced alloying, but the actual quality of manufacture varies quite considerably and gets very bad as the war goes on. So there's some armour tests that are done at the end of the war, both tank and ship armour, that the British get their hands on. And let's just say the results are not very flattering to the Germans, mostly because most of the stuff that's around is late war stuff, and that's really not good. So I'm just going to take a couple of last minute super chats, and then we're going to be done because it's actually gone 10 minutes past midnight. And I'm getting silent messages on WhatsApp from Mrs. Drack telling me I need to come and go to sleep. Classic Cornet asks, could you do an Italian rebuild of the standards or take out one of their turrets, making, presumably this is the Colorados, making them all twin 16-inch and 27 knots? So, take a Colorado, remove, let's say, the aft superfiring turret, extend the machinery spaces, put in new machinery, brand new machinery, and a bow extension. Could you get 27 knots? Well, the starting point's not massively away from what the Cavours and Duilliers did historically. So, yes, I think in theory, you probably could. It would be a heck of a job, and I think given their overall dimensions you might need a bit more of a bow extension than you did on the Cavours and Duilliers, but you could do that, just about. Be an interesting one to see. Tim Kenner says, any idea when the video from USS Slater will be out? I provisionally agreed with the crew of the Slater that I'm going to try and time that for when Slater reopens, because being so far north in the States, they close over winter. So ideally I'm going to try and aim to, I think I'm aiming to launch that video around the time that Slater reopens for visitors in 2025, because then that gives the hopefully the greatest impetus for people to go and see it, because it's all very well me releasing the video now. People are like, oh yeah, I want to go and see Slater. Well, you can't because she's shut. Whereas in the spring, you'd be like, I want to go see Slater. Great, it's open, let's go and see. So they get more visits, so they get more money, which is all good. David Stotler says, let's keep on pummeling the high seas fleet. Could the 1945 existing standards take on the high seas fleet? Yes. Yes, basically, yeah, because you've got the really, really modernized ones like West Virginia, and even the ones like Texas and Arkansas and New York. They're not as modernized, but they still have radar, very heavy guns compared to the high seas fleet, etc. So, and there's enough, and that's again, there's enough of them, even with the fact that Oklahoma and Utah and Arizona are no longer there. There's enough of the US standards as well as their upgrades that they will have the ammunition to finish off the high seas fleet. And then our final question will be from Steve H, who says, if the US Navy could have been forced into battle on the day of Pearl Harbor, what would the USA have had left and in range to use? Well, not a lot, really. I mean, there's Enterprise in theory. She's coming up fast. And then, well, you've got a fair number of cruisers and destroyers in Pearl Harbor. But in terms of capital ships, almost everything that can easily get out has been hit in one way, shape, or form. The ones that are less badly hit, like, say, the Maryland or the Tennessee, they are trapped, for the most part, behind the ships that have been badly damaged. So, yeah, if the Japanese hit Pearl Harbor and the US decides to sail out, it's basically going to be a big swarm of smaller ships, Enterprise, and maybe a standard or so. But I suspect at that point they might even just keep the battleship at home, because at least as poor a chance as they stand, at least a grouping of random cruisers, destroyers, and Enterprise at least has speed. You stick a standard in there, and yeah, no. Jim Schoenberger says Lexington. I'm not sure if Lexington is actually close enough to close the range down on December 7th. Could be wrong, but I think she might be too far away. So yeah, that wraps up that. It's now midnight. So thank you very much, everybody, for coming. It's been a wonderful 4-hour and a bit live stream. And hopefully we'll see you again in another live stream or another video fairly soon. And yeah, Tim Kerr saying Slater is currently shut and likely coated in ice. Yeah. And yeah, hope to see you in another live stream or video at some point in the future. More details, of course, on international distribution of the book, signed copies of the book, and the Northern European tour coming in the new year. Until then, see you around.